But every time I feel like I have a dream car, I strive to buy it, so I don't have the dream anymore. I don't like to have dreams.
You set dreams and then you break them.
Yes, you get it, the dream is off.
Right, so let's talk about the properties, but I'm also interested in Petronia City. How is it coming up?
Petronia City, basically, that's a national development. This is something that the country needs. This is what the people need. Takrady Western region is the only region in Africa that probably has more than 10 commodities.
Africa, where the human race began. Nearly 1 billion people live here. And it's a continent with an incredible diversity of communities and cultures. Yet we know less of its history than almost anywhere else on Earth. But that's beginning to change. In the last few decades, researchers and archaeologists have begun to uncover a range of histories as impressive and extraordinary as anywhere else on Earth. It's a history which has been neglected for years, and it's largely without written records. But it is preserved for us in the gold and statues, in the culture, art, and legends of the people. My name is Gus Casely Hayford. Over many years, I've studied the history and culture of Africa. As an art historian, I'm used to drawing stories from mute objects from the past. I'm going to discover the history and find out what really happened to the lost kingdoms of Africa. In 1871, a German geologist exploring southern Africa stumbled across these extraordinary ruins. He was astonished by what he found. A vast stone city, stranded in the empty savannah. Great Zimbabwe. He had no idea who was responsible for this astounding feat of architecture. But he was sure of one thing. It was too sophisticated to have been built by Africans. Thankfully, these assumptions have been discredited today. But only now are we piecing together the fragments we know about this lost civilization and its connections to other kingdoms of pre-colonial southern Africa. Could Great Zimbabwe really have been an African El Dorado, a city built on gold? In this film, I'm going in search of the story of one of the most mysterious cities and societies in Africa. I don't think we can understand this kingdom without understanding the civilizations and kingdoms that grew up around it. It was part of a rich and fascinating history, largely unknown, the history of wealth, trade, and gold. My journey to find out about Great Zimbabwe would take me from the Swahili coast in modern-day Tanzania to Mozambique, South Africa, and hopefully to modern Zimbabwe itself, where no BBC crew has been allowed to film for 8 years. My first stop is right here at the edge of the continent, where Africa meets the Indian Ocean. This is the ancient Swahili coast. For centuries, people have been drawn here from as far away as China, India, and the Middle East. And they've been drawn here by trade in goods, but particularly trade in gold. For many years, Western scholars paid little attention to the history of this coast. They didn't think it fitted into the wider trade patterns of the ancient world, to Arabia in the north and India in the east. But recent research now suggests that this coast was central to an international trade in gold. Gold which originated in Great Zimbabwe, 1,500 kilometers inland. And I think this ancient trade route may lead to a better understanding of what Great Zimbabwe actually represents in the untold history of this continent. There's evidence to suggest that traders were already coming to this coast from far afield, as long ago as the 1st century AD. I've got my holiday reading with me, which is, well, it's a bit more than holiday reading. This is the Periplus of the Erythraean Sea, which is a 1st century guide to the Indian Ocean. It talks about all the sorts of wonderful places that merchants and sailors could have travelled in that time to ply their trade. And it talks about this place called Rapta, which is supposed to be the most southerly port in Africa that you could then travel to. The Periplus is an ancient Greek text which describes the ports and cities which dot this coast all the way up to Arabia. According to the Periplus, Rapta was the place where traders from India and Arabia came to buy ivory, fine tortoiseshell and rhinoceros horn. In return, the people of Rapta imported spears, daggers and glass. But unfortunately, the Periplus is vague on the exact whereabouts of Rapta, and the stories of this trading city have been dismissed as legend. Professor Felix Charmi of the University of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania thinks he might have found it. Are you Felix?
How are you, man?
Hey! Hi, I've heard a lot about you. I've been reading my Periplus in preparation for this.
Good, man.
Well, I know you're the man to show me around.
You're welcome.
I mean, the legendary Rapta. I mean, if you found it, this is quite something, so I'm expecting a lot. Felix Charmi is a world-renowned archaeologist whose work has been instrumental in piecing together the ancient history of the Swahili coast. If he has indeed found Rapta, this will rank as his greatest discovery yet. It will also prove that this region was a vibrant part of the ancient world. Did you see a crocodile?
All people also respect.
Forum Committee here at the Institute of Politics.
Before we begin, please note the exit doors, which are located on both the Park side and the JFK Street side of the forum. In the event of an emergency, walk to the exit closest to you and congregate in the JFK Park. Please also take a moment to silence your cell phones. You can join the conversation tonight online by tweeting with the hashtag JFK Junior Forum Live, which is also listed in your program. You can also follow us on Instagram at JFK Junior Forum. Please take your seats now and join me in welcoming His Excellency, President Nana Akufo-Addo, Professor Zoe Marks, and Faculty Director of the Center for African Studies, Professor Emmanuel Achempo.
Good morning.
Distinguished guests, colleagues and students, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to the JFK Forum at the Harvard Kennedy School. My name is Professor Emmanuel Achempo, the Oppenheimer Faculty Director of the Harvard University Center for African Studies, which in partnership with the Harvard Institute of Politics and the Student-Led Africa Development Conference is hosting President Akufo-Addo. I almost made him a professor. President Akufo-Addo for this afternoon's public forum and keynote address. Thank you for joining us for this esteemed gathering. I wish to keep my remarks short, but wanted to note that 2019 marks the 50th anniversary of African Studies at Harvard University. Since being established in 1969 as the Committee on African Studies, our center has grown into a globally recognized interdisciplinary body committed to deepening the connection between Harvard and Africa. Today we have 2 offices on 2 continents, including Harvard's campus here in Cambridge and our Africa office in Johannesburg, South Africa. Our Africa office allows us to convene international gatherings on topics of importance to Africa, as well as to keep in touch with our alumni and colleagues across the continent, while our office here in Cambridge has been central to organizing events such as this evening's, becoming a premier platform at Harvard University for hearing from Africa's global thought leaders. I want to thank the Institute of Politics for being a partner in our Africa's Leaders Speak series. The forum is a global platform, and it has given our deliberations on how we make the 21st century the African Century international visibility. I wish the organizers and participants of the Africa Development Conference a successful conference. I thank my staff at the Center for African Studies for their hard work to make His Excellency's visit a success. I'll now turn the floor over to my colleague, Professor Zoe Marks, who will moderate this evening's conversation. Professor Marks is a lecturer in public policy at the Harvard Kennedy School. Her research and teaching interests focus on the intersections of conflict and political violence, race, gender, and inequality, peace building, and African politics. Please join me in welcoming my distinguished colleague, Professor Zoe Marks.
Friends, colleagues, students, and distinguished guests, it is an honor and a privilege to introduce, on behalf of the Harvard Kennedy School, tonight's speaker, His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo. He is the 5th president of Ghana's 4th Republic, as I'm sure you all are well aware. He was sworn into office on January 7th, 2017, but long before becoming president, he has been a prominent champion of human rights, rule of law, justice, freedom, and democracy in Ghana. President Akufo-Addo has held numerous positions of public service and has played active roles in the public life of Ghana since 1970. He served as Attorney General and Minister for Justice from 2001 to 2003, and as Minister for Foreign Affairs from April 2003 to July 2007, under the government of the former President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Kufuor. Prior to that, he served 3 terms as a Member of Parliament from 1997 to 2008. As a lawyer, President Akufo-Addo undertook many of the most important constitutional cases of the modern era in Ghana. These cases protected the independence of the judiciary, citizens' rights to demonstrate without a police permit, the right of equal access of all political parties to the state-owned media. These were transformational cases in protecting freedom of speech in the Republic. In December 2007, His Excellency was elected as the New Patriotic Party's presidential candidate. He ran 2 close races in 2008 and in 2012, and in both instances, he played a key role in upholding Ghana's role as a beacon of democracy on the African continent. In his path to Jubilee House, where he now lives and governs, Akufo-Addo accepted a contentious loss in the 2008 runoff elections, and he accepted a Supreme Court case that decided the 2012 election, not in his favor. He led his supporters in graciously conceding defeat, congratulating his opponent, and focusing on accepting results in order to protect and uphold Ghana's democracy, its economic growth, and its political vibrancy. This statesmanship culminated in the African Union, the European Union, the United Nations, the United States of America, the Christian Council of Ghana, and the Chief Imam of Ghana, amongst others, applauding President Akufo-Addo for preserving Ghana's peace and maintaining Ghana's status as a leading light for democratic freedom and institutions across the continent. Now, as president, he is focused on providing free secondary education to all Ghanaian students, and through educational excellency, driving the country's development in the 21st century. Distinguished guests, friends, please join me in welcoming His Excellency, President Nana Akufo-Addo of Ghana.
So what do I do? I come straight to the podium? Okay. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, begin by thanking the Harvard Kennedy School Institute of Politics and the Harvard University Center for African Studies for the invitation to come here and deliver this speech at the John F. Kennedy Jr. Forum, which has been a very important platform for public speakers from here and abroad speaking. I hope that my country, Ghana, is not going to be judged by any deficiencies of mine. These are purely personal to me, and they're not at all representative. Since I had the honor to become the President of the Republic of Ghana over 2 years ago, I've had the good fortune of addressing audiences in some of the great universities of the world. In the United States of America, for example, I've been afforded the opportunity of speaking at some of our famous ones. The first was at Columbia on the 18th of September 2017. And then at the other place, Yale, on 27th September 2018. Today I'm at Harvard, the oldest institution of higher learning in America, and in a few days I'll be speaking at the University of Chicago, and later on in the year at Princeton. I'm indeed very fortunate. And so I've now begun to weigh the possibility of joining the famed American speaking tour circuit when I leave Jubilee House, the seat of our nation's presidency, hopefully voluntarily. This place, Harvard University, was founded by one of the most remarkable personalities of American history, described as, quote, a godly gentleman and a lover of learning, unquote. John Harvard, who devoted his life to the betterment of society. At Harvard, you're educated to be citizens and citizen leaders of society. And the array of persons who have distinguished and are no doubt distinguishing themselves in diverse fields of endeavor in their various countries illustrates how well Harvard has done and continues to do its work. I suspect that of all the universities in the world, only Oxford does a better job. But a university that has produced iconic leaders like Theodore Roosevelt, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, his brother Robert Francis Kennedy, Barack Hussein Obama, outstanding African American leaders like William E.B. Du Bois and Paul Robeson, and some of the modern polymaths like Ralph Nader, Al Gore, Bill Gates, and Mark Zuckerberg has not been done badly at all. Harvard holds a special place too in the history of the African continent. There's a long list of Africans who have been through these hallowed halls and gone on to influence and direct the affairs of their countries. I'd like to mention just a few. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, former president of Liberia, who was the first elected female president in Africa. The late Kwon Senaka, former vice president of Ghana. The late Morgan Tsvangirai, the former prime minister of Zimbabwe. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, a renowned economist and former finance minister of Nigeria. Abdiweli Muhammad Ali, the former prime minister of Somalia. The late Aziz Zedki, former prime minister of Egypt. Sophia Akufo, current Chief Justice of Ghana, the second woman to occupy that office. And the late Kobla Dumont, outstanding Ghanaian medium practitioner. Persons who in varying degrees have had great impact on the development of their countries and of Africa. So you can see Harvard is a part of Africa's DNA and continues to incubate new generations of Africans who will persevere with a tradition of service and leadership. The John F. Kennedy Forum has acquired a formidable reputation, and I'm grateful that its organizers decided to make me part of this year's events. I've chosen to speak on a theme of Africa's relevant to our contemporary situation, befitting of the Africa Development Conference, a theme which sums up the essence of African aspirations, empowering the youth, Africa's golden future, unquote. To talk about the future is to talk about the unknown. At the same time, to talk about the future is to talk about the hopes, aims, and objectives of a people. I'm unable to validate the saying that the golden age is always in the past. It is obvious that Africa's golden age is yet to come. How can we not hope for a golden age, a golden future, when we are blessed with such enormous material wealth and vibrant human resources which remain largely untapped? The world, particularly Africa, has the largest generation of young people in history. I place great hope in their capacity to shape the future of Africa and make Africa the lion that it was meant to be. Africa has to have a strategy to reap the demographic dividend that a youthful population offers. The Asian tigers, so-called, South Korea, Japan, Singapore, and Malaysia, are where they are today because of the systematic investments they made in the development of their human capital. Their period of boom and growth happened when their populations shifted from ones of many dependents to ones dominated by working age groups. And this is where Africa is today. We should not fail to realize that we are at the brink of a breakthrough. Having said that, I must obviously add that the population opportunity will not automatically guarantee us a future of growth and prosperity. Demographic dividends do not come automatically. They have to be earned. To realize the dividend, African countries have to invest in the empowerment, education, and employment of our young people. With over 40% of its working population between the ages of 15 and 24, Africa is the youngest continent in the world. This represents a staggering amount of human capital. And according to the African Economic Outlook, this number is set to double by 2045. Yet too many of them are trapped in poverty, with few opportunities to learn or to earn a decent living. According to the World Bank, youth account for 60% of all African unemployed. For those that manage to find work, they do not do so in a place that pays a good wage or develops their skills or provides a measure of job security. The Brookings Institute states that more than 70% of the youth in the Republic of Congo, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Ethiopia, Ghana, Malawi, Mali, Rwanda, Senegal, and Uganda are either self-employed or contributing to family work. No one needs to tell us that mass employment in Africa, especially amongst her youth, is a ticking time bomb. The so-called Arab Spring showed clearly that lack of employment opportunities can undermine social cohesion and political stability. With between 10 to 12 million youths joining the labor market every year, Africa has to pay maximum attention to job creation. Ahmad Salkida, a Nigerian journalist who has had rare access to Boko Haram, the jihadist group operating in Nigeria, has said that although the sector is driven by ideology, pervasive unemployment in northern Nigeria makes predictably for easy recruitment of jobless young people. A World Bank survey in 2011 showed that 40% of those who join rebel movements say they are motivated by a lack of jobs. Young people are willing to risk everything to improve their circumstances. We have seen in recent times high numbers of them taking harrowing risks around the Sahara Desert and the Mediterranean, trying to reach the mirage of a better life in Europe. What this means is that if we provide them the right environment in Africa, they'll make our continent great. If these youth are encouraged to spend their considerable energies at home, Africa could experience huge economic gains. There are self-evident steps that can help African countries achieve the demographic dividend. Increasing investment in young people is key. This includes promoting quality education that prepares them for a future of opportunities. Diversity of training will be needed, from quality primary and secondary schools to technical and vocational training schools to teacher training colleges to research-intensive universities. For young people to be able to exploit the economic opportunities that abound in Africa, they must have the skills and training necessary to take advantage of them. In doing this, Africa has to fashion an education policy that is also gender sensitive. For women are a clear majority of the African population. As the African Union's gender champion, I'm aware that young women feel the sting of unemployment even more sharply. The African Development Bank found that in Africa too, it is easier for men to get jobs than it is for women, even if they have equivalent skills and experience. In Ghana, we're aiming at parity and reaching parity in terms of female-male enrollment in our universities. Also essential is empowering women and girls by guaranteeing their sexual and reproductive health and human rights. This enables them to determine when and whom to marry and the number of children that they want to have. They will have the tools to determine the direction of their destiny. When women and girls are able to make these decisions, they're better able to complete their educations and pursue jobs. That is why the free senior high school policy, instituted by my government 2 years ago, which is expanding dramatically access to secondary school education for all of Ghana's young people, is opening up greater and greater vistas of opportunities for Ghana's young female population. Legislation is on its way to redefine basic education to encompass kindergarten up to the end of senior high school and make it compulsory for all of Ghana's children. This 21st century is the century of science and technology. The mastery of digital technology by African youth must be the compelling challenge for them, if indeed they're able to survive in this competitive technological environment. They have to survive. The Costa Rican example should serve as an inspiration for Africa. Costa Rica moved from being a banana exporting country to a net exporter of microprocessor chips that earns them billions of dollars, in contrast to the few $1 million from the export of bananas. Technology is what helps us to make the world truly a global village and enables once poor people to become prosperous and scale up the value of their economic activities. There's a set of statistics that I've been pulling out to make the point. Between Ghana and our neighbor Côte d'Ivoire, we produce 65% of the world's output of cocoa. The chocolate industry is a 100 billion United States dollars industry. And we, who produce 65% of its raw material, cocoa, make less than $6 billion from the toil of our farmers, i.e. barely 6% of the entire value chain of cocoa. The farmers, whose efforts make possible the growth of this lucrative industry, receive nearly a pittance for their labors. This is not right. We need to change the statistics. If we simply ground and sold the cocoa in paste form, instead of selling the cocoa beans, we double our earnings. In much the same way as we double our earnings from gold if we sold it refined than in its raw states. I do understand that there are nations who have built their industrial complexes around the value chain of our raw commodities. It is time to change that setup. In Ghana, through my government's one district, one factory policy, we're ensuring an even spatial spread of industries. This policy is intended to promote rapid rural industrialization at the district level, driven by strong linkages to agriculture and other natural resource endowments in order to create jobs and development. It is time we were responsible for processing our own resources. It is time that we in Africa manage our resources well to generate wealth for our populations. What is true of our agricultural resources is equally so, if not more so, for our mineral resources. 30% of the Earth's remaining minerals are to be found on the continent of Africa. We've been told by the highly respected former president of the Republic of South Africa, Thabo Mbeki, chair of the high-level panel that produced a report on illicit financial flows from Africa, commissioned by the Joint African Union Commission and United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, Conference of African Ministers for Finance, Planning, and Economic Development, that Africa is losing annually more than 50 billion United States dollars through illicit financial outflows. He revealed further that between 2000 and 2008, 252 billion, i.e. 56%, was from the extractive industries, including mining. Imagine the implications of us ensuring that even 50% of these amounts remain on the continent. We have to work feverishly at that. There's a critical need to involve young people in decisions that affect them. We cannot talk about sustainable development without the active involvement of youth. The former United Nations Secretary General Ban Ki-moon argues that when we give young people decent jobs, political weight, negotiating muscle, and real influence in our world, they will create a brighter future. Hence, Africa cannot talk about shaping the future without talking about the welfare and well-being of young people. It is important that Africa takes these ideas forward to harness the value of a youthful population, holding human rights, gender equality, development of human capital, and dignity at the center of all of our investments. Only by providing opportunities that open the future to all young people do we create a brighter future. The median age in Ghana is 19 and a half years. Hence the overriding importance of democratic consolidation in Africa. Post-colonial authoritarian rule failed the African peoples. It continued the impoverishment of our people, which was the consequence of colonialism and imperialism. As a result, a new paradigm shift is being undertaken to guide the transformation of poor agrarian economies into value-adding industrialized economies on the basis of democratic values and institutions. Africa is indeed attempting something novel in human history. We're trying to use the instruments of democracy to propel societies from poverty to prosperity. All previous successful efforts in this direction have been made either by authoritarian regimes or by limited democracies. Britain is a case in point. The 19th century Industrial Revolution took place against a background of limited franchise for the mass of the British people. Indeed, the wide extensions of the franchise by the Great Reform Acts of the 19th century went hand in hand with the evolution of the Industrial Revolution. And it was only in 1928 that women finally achieved the right to vote, long after the triumph of the Industrial Revolution. America is another case in point, where for most of the 19th and 20th centuries, a black population was denied the right to vote, even though the Industrial Revolution also triumphed in America in the late 19th century. We in Africa are proceeding on the basis of full universal adult suffrage in promotion of human rights on a broad scale. If we succeed, which I'm very confident we will, we would have done something unprecedented in human history. It would enable us to build a new progressive African civilization, grounded on a system of governance that respects individual liberties and human rights, the rule of law, and the principles of democratic accountability, and rooted in our own indigenous cultural identity, which will make its own unique contribution to the growth of world civilization. My speech has many of the makings of a dream, but it is a dream that is grounded in reality. I don't accept that the African has a DNA that dooms us to failure. Africans can, like all the other peoples that have succeeded, make life meaningful and worth living for their own people. We must cultivate an irrepressible desire to do right by the citizens. The resources of our nations belong to our people. They do not belong to the political class or any other elite. To appropriate the wealth of our nations for the benefit of a few is both morally wrong and criminally culpable. On my part, I've established the Office of Special Prosecutor, an independent, non-partisan body with the relevant professional capability, led by a renowned anti-corruption campaigner, indeed who's a leading member of the opposition, to investigate and prosecute exclusively acts of corruption. The office is to lead the fight and hold public officials, past and present, accountable for their stewardship of public finances. Africans, dare I say, can and must do it themselves. We cannot expect others to do it for us. Many of us felt a sense of guilt and shame when the former British Prime Minister, Tony Blair, said, and I quote, "Africa is the scar on the conscience of the world, unquote. We can and must build Africa on a strong foundation of the ability and industry of its citizens, an Africa that exemplifies the true spirit of its people working towards the common goal of better existence. Honest, disciplined management of public finances, strong macroeconomic fundamentals, competitive business environment, enhanced mobilization of savings and investments. These are some of the basic elements that have to be established to permit the growth of robust economies on the continent, which can then generate jobs and rising living standards for our young people. They are the mix of Ghana's current economic profile, a mix that has enabled the Ghanaian economy to grow from 3.6% in 2016 to 8.5% in our first year of office in 2017, 6.8% last year, and a projected 7.9% this year, making Ghana one of the fastest growing economies in Africa. There is an abundance of dynamic entrepreneurial talent on our continent, struggling to express itself and take advantage of such conditions. We have to encourage this expression with full force and ensure that we can stand on our own feet and make it impossible for the systematic looting and plundering of our human and material resources that have characterized much of our modern history to continue. This is the significance of the concept of Ghana beyond aid, indeed, of Africa beyond aid. This year, we will be commemorating the 400th anniversary of the commencement of one of the most unfortunate and barbaric episodes of human history, the transatlantic slave trade, when the first 20 West African slaves were brought to the Commonwealth of Virginia, which subsequently became part of the United States of America. Dubbed the Year of Return, the commemoration is a statement of our determination that never again should the African peoples permit themselves to be subjected to such dehumanizing conditions, sold into slavery, and have their freedoms curtailed in order to build up forcibly countries other than their own. And create wealth for the peoples of our unknown lands to which they were sent, wealth from whose enjoyment they were largely excluded. We also want to use the events of this year to solidify our relations with our kin and kith, descendants of Africa here in the Americas and the Caribbean. It should be obvious to all black people in the world by now that their dignity and standing are intricately bound up with the dignity and standing of Africa. Thankfully, most of Africa has decided to chart a fresh and new path. It is my hope that it will serve as the impetus for reshaping our countries and constructing a new road of growth and development in freedom, which will lift the long-suffering African masses out of poverty into the realms of prosperity and dignified existence. Joseph Boakai Dankwa, the Ghanaian colossus who was the father of modern Ghanaian nationalism and founder of the political tradition that gave birth to my party, the New Patriotic Party, said as far back as 1961, over 50 years ago, at the height of the 20th century Cold War, that the party's policy is, quote, is to liberate the energies of the people for the growth of a property-owning democracy in this land, with a right to life and freedom and justice as the principles to which the government and laws of the land should be dedicated in order specifically to enrich the life, property, and liberty of each and every citizen, unquote. This is our vision of human empowerment for Africa's golden future. It has been a great pleasure for me to spend my 75th birthday amongst you. It's an experience I'll not forget in a hurry. Once again, I thank you sincerely for making a part of this conversation and for your kind attention. May God bless the peoples of the United States of America and Ghana and Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those remarks. I cannot think of a better way to begin the Africa Development Conference than with a speech that is focused so much on the youth and the youth leadership for the rest of Africa's future. I think for those who are not aware, the Africa Development Conference is celebrating its 10th birthday. And it is a student-led, youth-driven event. And what I think is so powerful about that is it is an agenda set by youth who will be the leaders of the future and are today already practicing that. So we have mics on the floor. We have 2 in the wings, and then we also have 2 in the loge and the balcony. It is the strong tradition of the Kennedy School Forum that we have open and respectful, publicly oriented dialogue. And so His Excellency has very generously agreed to respond to questions for about 20 minutes. I'll take them from all sides. Please introduce yourself. Please ask only one question, and please ensure that it is a short, question-oriented question. I think without further ado, we'll begin on the right-hand side. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you so much, His Excellency Nana, for that wonderful Pan-African speech. I'm very sure beyond doubt that our great ancestors, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela Madiba, Milka Cabral, are very positive about what you've talked about. My name is Seguia Hilary Innocent Taylor. I am a Ugandan and I'm doing my master's in international relations here at Harvard. I wish we could, exchange you for our Ugandan president, Dictator General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who has been in power for 33 years. Because we are telling him enough is enough. He has to go.
Do you have a question?
Now to the question.
Yes. Please ask it quickly.
I'm going to be precise. As an advocate of education, I believe in the right to education because it's a basic human right that each and every child deserves.
Can I use that?
His Excellency Nana, you have talked about the cocoa production in Ghana, and you are saying that $100 billion is worth of that sector in this country. But again, Ghana has only 6% of that value chain of cocoa bean production. And we are looking at, challenges of children being put in, these cocoa production plantations, children as young as the age of 7. They are being denied the right to education. And for the consumers in countries like USA, Canada, Switzerland, they are enjoying this sweet dark chocolate, but they can't tell the story behind this chocolate. So what initiatives or policies do you have in your government, and also perhaps other African countries, as an umbrella through the African Union, to ensure that we have fair policies to the consumer, and also to the farmers, and also to the companies that are engaged in the cocoa production? Thank you so much.
Thank you. You may respond,
okay. Child labor in the cocoa industry. This is something that has been highlighted for some time. And a lot of measures have been taken in Ghana to reduce its incidence considerably. I think it is much less of an issue now than it was, let's say, 10 years ago. Secondly, there's still elements of it there, largely because the culture of young people helping parents and families on the cocoa farm is something that is still very persistent. But it's important to remember that many, and there are some here who have gone through that experience, do it at the same time as go to school. They help out in the holidays and go to school in normal times. That's also a feature of this industry. But the focus on reducing its incidence is very strong, and it is working. I believe that any of the studies that are going around the world today, when they look at what is happening in the industry, both in Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, will agree that its incidence has diminished considerably. Secondly, we have taken the view that there's very little we can do about getting our policies right in trying to scale up the value chain and receiving more and more value from the product. Can't be done in isolation. So that the Cote d'Ivoire government and our government are today working very closely in determining policy, in determining the price at which our farmers go into the market, and also determining policies as to how much of the product will be processed locally as against being sold in the raw form. And already it is having an impact on the way that the market is evolving. I think it's very important. Somehow or other, the farming populations of our two countries have benefited from the fact that Alassane Ouattara and I are in office at the same time and have very much the same common understanding of what we need to do. We signed what we call even a strategic partnership between Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana, which revolves around coordinating a strategic attitude and policies towards the development of the industry. There are new markets, for instance, that have not been brought into play. We're talking about 3 or 4 billion people in Asia, 1.4 billion in China, 1.3 billion in India, and the rest of who have not been particularly exposed to the product. So there's an aggressive joint marketing drive that is taking place there. But the fundamental thing is that we develop our capacity to build the industry, the entire value chain at home. And that is what we're launched on and are doing now. The warehouses for storing the product instead of sending it abroad are now being created. The African Development Bank has lent its support to this activity on both countries. So there's a whole stream of things that are being done, the purpose of which is to scale up the value that we receive from the industry, and thereby, of course, increase the earnings of our cocoa farmers. Ghana, for instance, for over 100 years, has depended almost exclusively on the toil of our cocoa farmers. But that at long last, that there will be policies in place that will enable them to get more and more value from their work. So these are some of the things that are being done. There are others, other technical decisions that have been taken about getting a cocoa yield, a cocoa seed that produces a much quicker output than we've seen in the past. And increasing also the education of those who are going into the industry. So it isn't just with respect illiterate farmers who are doing it, but now increasingly more and more educated young people are also going to. It's a whole gamut of things that we have to look at to be able to make something out of this industry for ourselves. But the present arrangement is clearly intolerable. It's not fair, it's exploitative, and I think that we have to work to bring that to an end.
Thank you. I think this notion of leveraging African cooperation instead of competition has historically been so important. So I'm glad we can hear it here first. Yes, up at the top, please introduce yourself and keep it short.
Your Excellency, it's an honor to be able to speak to you, and thank you for spending your birthday with us. My name is Radeit Geitnet Alamu. I'm a sophomore at the college from Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. I'm also the vice president of the African Student Association. Before I get to my question, just a quick thing. I wanted to say that I highly appreciate and I'm very inspired by your and your government's strong stance behind Ghana Beyond Aid and the need for African independence and unison. I wanted to ask about the free senior high school policy, which honestly sounds quite amazing. From my knowledge of rural Ethiopia and other African countries as well, it's my understanding that for the communities that are most affected by poverty, there lie several significant barriers that don't allow them to get to secondary school in the first place, regardless of there being a fee or not, such as having to help out their families with work, early marriage, having to walk a long and dangerous distance to school, sexual harassment, and so on. So I would like to know your initiatives in order to enable these communities to benefit from the free education that you've provided. Thank you.
Obviously, we have some structural problems that we have to overcome. In Ghana, the policy in 2017 and 2018, the 2 academic years that have been since the policy came into being, nearly 300,000 more students have had access to senior high school education than they had in the past, than they had in, say, 2016. But they're doing so with the same infrastructure, the same stock of schools and the same infrastructure. That, of course, means that very major challenges are being faced by this enhanced population. So the first matter that we're trying to tackle is infrastructure, to expand the existing school network so that they can absorb this population better. And then, of course, to build more schools. Because ultimately the issues you're talking about is to be able to have schools in virtually every part of the country so that people can access education, not just on paper, but in reality. That's a key aspect of it. Another, of course, is the pool of teachers, because it is the quality of the instruction that you get that makes education, even more so than the bricks and mortars that you have to be able to go to school. So we are having to pay a great deal of attention to it. Unfortunately, in recent years, those who made education their focus of studies, so many of them were unemployed and sitting at home. So we've started bringing them back into the educational, into the teaching stream. And that, of course, is providing us yet with another tool for dealing with this. But fundamentally, we need to put even more resources into the educational structure than we have been able to do up to now in order to have this even spread of education across the country. In the meantime, one thing that we have been able to do, which is also having some impact, is that there's a deliberate effort to put people from, if you like, badly situated or underprivileged schools, a certain proportion of the population into the better endowed and the well-known and stronger schools in Ghana. You had phenomena last year where people in villages who had never dreamed that their children would go to the high-sounding schools in Ghana like Achimota or Wesley Girls or Fansipim or Holy Child. Villages going on for days of jubilation because one of their children had found their way to Achimota because of the system that has been established. So that is a corrective measure that is being used to make sure that we infuse some equity into the development of our secondary school system. But the problems that you have highlighted, ultimately we can only deal with it by having enough schools around the country. And that is something that is ongoing, but will not be solved overnight. I can't give you a more optimistic response than that, but it's a realistic one. But I believe that the problem is being identified and efforts are being made to deal with it.
Thank you. We'll go next to the upper balcony on the left.
Your Excellency, it's my honor and pleasure to listen to your speech about the development in your country. I'm a freshman at Harvard College, and I'm interested in the issue with the foreign aid from China. because there's one hand saying that they bring many positive impact, especially in things you mentioned about adding value to the raw value from the agriculture sector. They might also provide more employment opportunities for people in the local area. But on the other hand, they might also might add more loans to the country, debt crisis, and other stuff. So I'm very curious from your experience in your country and maybe also your insights about Africa in general, how do you see the current Chinese investment and Chinese growing projects in Africa, and what kind of attitude that you think that you should take for the future? Yeah, thank you.
I think we have to begin with the statistic that is the most relevant one. China today has the second greatest economy in the world. And it means that everybody has to deal with China. Here, America is involved with China, Western Europe, everybody, because of the size of its economy and what it means. So yes, we in Ghana, we have a very strong and constructive engagement with China. Today, China is the single largest trading partner of Ghana. Chinese investment in our economy is quite significant, and it is in areas of great importance to us, especially in our infrastructure. The relationship has been that it's undergoing an evolution of its own, so that today we're not accepting what 10 years ago the arrangements for barter arrangements which hinged on the pledging of our natural resources for the Chinese assistance. That is gone. We've entered into an agreement, for instance, with an important Chinese corporation that is advancing a lot of money to us for us to do our infrastructure, and is going to take in payment refined bauxite products, i.e. aluminum. That was not an arrangement that we had before. It is the arrangement that we have insisted upon, and the Chinese on their side have accepted. So the relationship itself is in flux, but it's an important relationship for us. In terms of loans, well, we have to pay as much attention to our debt to GDP ratio as with any other country. So what is China giving to us? We have to make sure that it is within a sustainable basket for ourselves. Now, that is our decision to make. And we are not making these decisions on the basis that somebody's prepared to give us money. Somebody's prepared to give us money which will allow us to create value and assets amongst us in our situation, and therefore make it easier for us to service and pay back that loan. So, yes, we have strong relations with China. I was there last September. I paid a state visit there, and on top of it also took part in the FOCAC in Beijing. And I found it a very constructive experience, first of all, to see what was going on in China itself. I hadn't been there for over 10 years, and discovered that this single-minded determination to leave the old China behind and go towards a new future is one that I found very admirable. And it is one that I like to have replicated in my country and on our continent, a single-minded focus that we're leaving the old Africa behind for a new Africa of growth and prosperity. I saw that in China, and it inspired me a lot.
So we have time for one more question. I'm going to come to this side. Please
you.
introduce yourself and keep it brief.
Hi, birthday blessings to you, His Excellency. My name is Shahara Jackson, and I am a first-year doctoral student at the School of Education. As a descendant of America's original sin, chattel slavery, in recognition of the 400-year return to the homeland, what is the physical and or financial infrastructure that is in place to potentially welcome descendants of slavery back to Ghana and the continent in light of what is going on in our world today?
really is about the infrastructure for receiving visitors, hotels and the rest. Essentially, I think that's what we're looking at, that the numbers that will come will have places. And also, a lot of Ghanaians, I mean, our whole structure is being set up to deal with the year of return. One of the things that we're discovering is also that a lot of people are offering their homes and themselves as hosts and hostesses for those who are coming. So we're now having also to work out how that will work in reality. But there's a lot of enthusiasm for the project of the year of return. There's a lot of things for people to see. So organizing that, seeing all these slave castles, which unfortunately dot our coastline, but they are now sort of UNESCO historical monuments, and the numbers that are coming, all of that, we're working on it as we speak. But I'm very confident that by the time of June, July, August, when we're expecting the inflow of people to arrive, we'll be in a good position to give them a very good welcome. It's important for us. We've taken it upon ourselves to do this. And at the end of the day, I hope you're going to be one of those who will come back.
I visited Ghana in 2009.
Already?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's not going to be new to you when you come back.
I've been given the green light for one more question.
Yeah.
So we'll come to this side, which was otherwise neglected. Please, sir, welcome.
It's the most important question of the night, actually.
One more question from the left here.
How you doing, Mr. Excellency? As you say in Ghana, you say Akwaba, and also happy birthday. My name is Paul Bismarck. I'm a student here at Harvard. I was once a refugee in Ghana when I was a kid. I grew up in Ghana. You probably know the Bulubirian refugee camp in Ghana.
You're Liberian?
Yeah, I'm Liberian. Okay. And so it was very important that I be here today to, see you and because I know Ghana is an essential part of my life, growing up as a kid in Africa. I was able to be hosted there for many years of my childhood, and today I'm a student here. It really means a lot to me. However, my question relates to, as you know that we as Africans, when it comes to our identity is very fluid, and there's a lot of intersection of our identity. However, what solidifies our identity is the way we treat our communities and the way we interact with each other. So my question is, what kind of policies are you setting in place in order to work with other African countries that have other resources that Ghana might need, and what some other resources that other countries might need? For example, Liberia have the largest rubber plantation in the world. So almost every single tire that you ride on your car, that's a Firestone or Brickstone, it comes from Liberia, raw material. But everything is being shipped out of the country, and there's no factories, there's nothing we can do with the rubber. So Ghana being like an example of economic prosperity and also freedom and all that, what are some of the policies that you have in place right now to work with these countries? Thank you, sir.
I think one of the things that is now accepted, because it's data and statistics, is that we in Africa trade less with each other than other parts of the world. I mean, for instance, intra-European trade amongst the members of the European Union. I'm talking 2017 statistics. A figure of something like 70% of the collective GDP of the then 27 countries in Europe, of the European market, would trade with themselves. And only 30% of that collective GDP will trade with the world outside. The same kind of figures exist for ASEAN in Asia and for within the Americas. In our part, it's 15%. The continental wide is the number which reflects the trade amongst ourselves. So to create the conditions to heighten intra-African trade has to be the answer to your question. We need that. And fortunately, after a lot of talk for the last 5 years, last year in Kigali, we signed an agreement for for the emergence of the Continental Free Trade Area. As we speak now, 52 out of the 55 countries on the continent have signed up to the agreement. The one big missing link is the chairman of the board of trustees of the center, his country, Nigeria, great Nigeria, is the missing link. But 52 countries have signed up, and the agreement provided for 22 countries to ratify for the trade area to come into being. We now have 21 countries that have ratified the agreement and deposited their instruments. And there's a meeting scheduled in Niamey in July where hopefully we can launch the Continental Free Trade Area, because our anticipation is by that time 22 countries would have signed up. We in Ghana and Kenya were the very first to deposit our instruments of ratification, because we believe strongly that that has to be the way forward. If the Continental Free Trade Area comes into being, it'll be the biggest free trade area since the formation of the World Trade Organization. We're talking about something like $2.5 trillion. So what all of us need to do is to continue to push this idea, tackle whatever institutional obstacles there are to freeing up trade amongst ourselves, and insisting that this has to be the way forward for the continent, because then we have the context, the framework to address the issues that you have just put before. That is the way forward for us. And hopefully, in July, the world will hear a positive statement from the African side, and will then begin to put in the building blocks. It's one of the most important decisions the African Union has made since it came into being nearly 20 years ago. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed that it will not just be people putting pen to paper, but putting pen to paper which will then spring into life and make a difference in the way we're doing business on the continent.
Mm-hmm. Friends, distinguished guests, this is a very serious conversation, but today is a day of jubilation, and I will not forgive myself if we do not honor His Excellency with happy birthday. So, if you will, please use Your Excellency when you reach the relevant line in the song. This is our cultural tradition of celebration for you. Thank you so much for spending it with us at the Kennedy School. I cannot vouch for the pitch with which we'll sing the song, but if you all join on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, it was such a privilege to host you here this evening. Thank you for a tremendous kickoff to the conference. And will everyone please join in thanking our speaker and remain seated while His Excellency exits the room. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Seated?
Okay, folks, we're ready to start. Please take your seats. We're going to do my intro very briefly. I'm Dr. Steve Bucci of the Heritage Foundation. Thank you all for joining us here for this very special occasion. We have speaking with us today, and I'm going to say his entire name once. Please excuse my Americanness. We have candidate Nana Akufo-Addo, and Akufo with one F. I was told that's very important. He is a candidate now in Ghana. He has served Ghana as a cabinet minister and as a representative in the parliament. He has a very definite view on the development possibilities of Ghana and the potential that's there, one that, frankly, here at Heritage, our economic folks agree with. Ghana is at a point in its history that as we look at our Index of Economic Freedom, our flagship economic document we put out every year, that Ghana is in the upper level of that. It is the 5th freest economy in sub-Saharan Africa. That's pretty important given how many economies there are in sub-Saharan Africa. Most Americans don't realize that, but there's a lot of folks there. And we're very excited to have this opportunity to have candidate Nana here with us. He will speak until he gets done, and then we'll do some Q&A, which I will moderate for him. And with that, I will turn it over to you, sir.
I thank the Heritage Foundation for inviting me to speak at one of Washington's most celebrated centers of thought and intellectual endeavor. It is an honor to be here in such company, to see all of you eager to discuss the future of my country and Africa more broadly. I must apologize for the delay in getting here. It is inexcusable, but I still crave your forgiveness. Ladies and gentlemen, I am, as you know, going to compete in Ghana's next election in the latter part of 2016 as the presidential candidate for the New Patriotic Party. I was privileged to win our party's primary with over 94% of the 140,000-strong electoral college. So our race was perhaps less exciting than your primaries going on at the moment. Our election is likely to take place one day before yours, on November the 7th. This has often been called the African century. Our growth is second only to that of Asia. We're rich in natural resources. Though we have security challenges, we're more at peace than before. We see the beginnings of meaningful interregional trade and intercontinental trade. In West Africa's largest country, Nigeria, we have seen this year the first peaceful transition of power from one elected government to another. The world, fearing vote rigging and violence, breathed a sigh of relief when Goodluck Jonathan conceded to Muhammadu Buhari. Buhari, like myself, was contesting not for the first time and not for the second time either. His victory is obviously a source of inspiration for me. The whole of Africa is praying for President Buhari to succeed in the three main things that he set out to do: successfully countering the security threat from Boko Haram, instilling public sector discipline, and radically tackling the culture of corruption, and transforming the economy of oil-dependent Nigeria. My own country is often held up as an example for the rest of Africa to follow. Our democracy is young. The first elections of the Fourth Republic took place in 1992, like here, with two main political parties, the NPP, my party, and the NDC, the incumbent. At the height of the Cold War in 1961, when authoritarian rule was beginning to rear its ugly head in post-colonial Ghana, Joseph Boachier Danquah, the founder of the Ghanaian liberal democratic tradition, defined the goal of the United Party from which the MPP descends in the following terms, and I quote, "Our duty is to liberate the energies of the people for the growth of a property-owning democracy in this land, with the right to life and freedom and justice as the principles to which the government and laws of the land should be dedicated to, in order specifically to enrich the lives, property, and liberty of each and every citizen," unquote. Since 1992, power has changed from one party to the other twice, each after 2 terms. Next year marks the end of the 2nd term of the NDC. What is different, however, is that even though 2016 marks the end of the 2nd term of this NDC government, the current president took office in July 2012 after the sad death of President Jonathan Mills. This, it can be said, ups the stake, with the president desperate for a 2nd term, yet pulled down by his own government's unimpressive track record since 2009. Nigeria showed the way last April, and we hope this will turn out to be a lesson that Ghanaians can learn from our neighbors. The change is sometimes needed after just 1 full term. The stakes are certainly high. The calls for change in my country continue to increase. Let me explain some of the issues informing this clarion call. Ghana's public debt has shot up 1,000% in less than 7 years since the NDC took office. This year, we're spending nearly $2.5 billion to service interest payments on our debt alone. That same figure represented our entire debt in 2009. Over the last 3 years, the social and economic lives of the people have been heavily disrupted by severe chronic power cuts. The cost of this is estimated to be equivalent to 7% of our GDP, according to calculations made by the reputable Institute of Statistical, Social, and Economic Research, ISA, based at the University of Ghana. Corruption is perceived to be at an all-time high. Investor confidence is low. Unemployment is worsening as businesses are folding. Cost of borrowing is at 35%. Inflation keeps rising at 17.5% last month. Cost of living is high. Our cedi has been one of the world's worst performing currencies over the last couple of years. Depreciation and our inability to pay our bills forced Ghana, oil-producing Ghana, to apply for an IMF bailout last year. This has put a 10% cap in wage increases, way below the rate of inflation, making people poorer, and a cap on public sector hiring as well. Perhaps one of the most perplexing state stories in the last decade or so is how did it all go so spectacularly wrong for Ghana? As the Bloomberg story captured it earlier this year, and I quote, "Ghana's success story goes dark," unquote. Even we in opposition did not think our competitors could cause this much damage, could bring us to a point this low. What is frustrating for the Ghanaian people is that we believe it is all in essence avoidable. We believe we have what it takes to make Ghana work again. So my task is not to deepen the gloom, but to give both Ghanaians and the investor community a reason to hope that yes, the story today is bleak and it's painful, but change is coming. But it is also that option of being able to change which some of us fear is being threatened. No one should take democracy for granted. Democracy must be protected at all times, and right now it is under threat in Ghana. The biggest threat facing Ghana's democracy is our fraudulent voter register. It contains millions of extra names. The register is bloated. It is estimated that upwards of 2 million of the registered voters are bogus. It is packed with ineligible underage voters and foreign and fake identities. If we're calling ourselves a democracy, this is unacceptable. This is a real problem, the kind that cannot be brushed under the carpet, as it provides the vehicle for manipulation and fraud. In 2012, we compiled a new register. The Electoral Commission captured allegedly some 13 million people. It set about to clean it up and came up with a figure of 14 million later. Ghana has a median age of 20, yet we have over 55% of the population registered to vote. This is by far the highest in the whole of Africa and its young population. The numbers simply do not add up. We have presented evidence of tens of thousands of cross-border registrations of non-nationals on the register to the Electoral Commission. For a country where a margin of 40,000 votes can determine who wins an election, having a register bloated by over 2 million votes, 2 million names, is totally unacceptable. 3 out of the 5 main political parties have called for a new register. Our 2 living former heads of state, both President Jerry John Rawlings and President John Agyekum Kufuor, several important civil society organizations, religious leaders such as imams, the Christian Council, the Catholic Bishops' Conference, and others have also spoken out in favor of a changed register. On September 16th, a civil society organization, Let My Vote Count, took to the streets in demonstration for a new credible register. Much to everyone's shock, the peaceful demonstration turned bloody when police brutalized the unarmed demonstrators. This type of violence is a troubling occurrence in Ghana. Ghana has worked incredibly hard to preserve her democratic character. One administration shouldn't be allowed to undermine it. And at times, this requires putting the good of the country above partisan interests. In 2012, as you may recall, Ghana was on the knife's edge as a result of the Supreme Court ruling 5-4, rejecting the opposition challenge of the presidential election result. As the leader of the opposition, I decided that the interest of peace and stability required that my supporters and I accept the disputed verdict to prevent any possible turmoil. The hope is that the global community takes notice and urges change before the election, rather than looking back at the 2016 election, shaking their heads saying, "How did this happen?" We are telling you exactly how it's going to happen. All the pieces are in place for a rigged election. As Africans, we have witnessed election-related violence tear countries apart. We know what we risk should these problems not be addressed. There is a connection between poor democracy and poor economic performance. Short-termism and political expediency in regard to elections tend to correlate with a lack of vision and incompetence in the economic field. In Ghana, we're so much poorer than we need to be. Despite our status as many people's favorite African country, Ghana, like other African societies, offers limited opportunities for the masses. One thing that Ghana and Africa must do is to add value to the sale of raw materials and natural resources. We need to transform stagnant, jobless economies built on the export of raw materials and unrefined goods to value-added economies that provide jobs, to build strong middle-class societies and lift the mass of the people out of dire poverty. We can do so by insisting on the most basic elements of social justice, making quality basic education and healthcare accessible to all, to promote a culture of incentives and opportunity. In East Asia, I see three key things that allow the economies to develop so spectacularly: modernizing agriculture, a clear industrial policy, and rationalizing the financial sector so that it supports growth in agriculture and growth in manufacturing and industry. That is the way we can build a resilient economy. Agriculture in particular must be modernized with the help of government to bring about this economic transformation. Over the border in Côte d'Ivoire, we are seeing a tremendous expansion of agricultural productivity. Today, the export value of products from Côte d'Ivoire, cashew, cotton, oil palm, cocoa, and coffee, is $12 billion a year. The same can happen in Ghana with our farmers, who generate barely $2 billion annual export revenues, largely from cocoa. The same diversification that has occurred in Côte d'Ivoire can also take place in Ghana, with a corresponding increase in agricultural productivity. Above all, we must stimulate private sector growth by giving free rein to the Ghanaian sense of enterprise and ingenuity. This requires a monetary policy that stabilizes the currency and reduces significantly the cost of borrowing to make Ghanaian enterprises competitive, and a fiscal policy that encourages local production and controls the growth of our national debt. Africa has benefited from inward investment from the West and from major developing economies, particularly China. But we must be careful to put these investments to the right purpose, which is to develop our infrastructure for the long term, diversify the economy, promote local production, and develop trade within the continent and within its regions. We must accelerate the process of regional integration of ECOWAS so we can create a genuine regional market of 350 million people, which is estimated to reach 500 million by 2030. Africans travel to Asia or America and Europe to buy finished products for our local products. But we need to acquire the know-how and technology that will enable us to produce our own finished products and trade within the continent. Our dependence on raw materials has in fact increased in the past century. It is this dependence that feeds our dependence on foreign aid. We cannot be doing the same thing over and over again and expect a different result. The challenges are immense. Much damage has been done. But I remain staunchly optimistic about our future. I'm proud to be a Ghanaian. The people who were the first in sub-Saharan Africa to free themselves from colonial rule, and who remain the pace setters in the development of the principles of democratic accountability, respect for human rights, and the rule of law on the African continent. And as we move toward another election, I'm reminded and proud of how hard we have fought for our democracy. But I must warn you, we cannot take progress for granted. We cannot take fair play and democracy for granted in my country, indeed in any country. We welcome and need the vigilance, the advice, and the assistance of all lovers of freedom as our country continues her journey to prosperity and modernity. And then the Ghanaian people will make their own unique contribution to the growth of African and world civilization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Candidate Nana. We have time for about 3 questions, so make them good ones. All right, and please, no speeches from the floor. So when I call on you, you'll get a microphone, ask your question, and then allow the candidate to answer. Yes, sir, you get to go first.
Thank you. My name is Yaya Fanusi. I'm not going to say what I am about to. I want to ask you a question. Do you think that Ghana, the way it is, can sustain an exponential growth for free enterprise where we could scale your industry enterprises for private sector?
Well, the simple answer is yes, I do.
Okay, we'll get you, sir, right here. Wait for the microphone, please.
Thank you for giving me the chance. I'm from Ghana. I live here now. And I want to ask this question. The way the developed countries have their constitutions that play the ruling government and the minority, they all have greater share in the governance of the country. If you look back to Africa, for that matter, Ghana, if you are in the opposition or in the minority, you are not listened to. You only debate, but because they have the numbers in the ruling government, they carry every act. Is it possible for us to go back and fix in some of these things in Ghana?
I have my answer, but I'll let you answer. I'm more interested in hearing you.
Yeah. I'm hearing this winner-take-all concept, I think, is a matter that concerns everybody. I think that the circumstances of our country, there are some things that we can do to change the equation. I mean, for instance, it's obvious that now we need to give full democracy to local government in Ghana. There's absolutely no reason why district chief executives should now continue to be the appointees of the president. They can be elected by the local population. And immediately, it changes some facts, because you can be in opposition and yet be in control of several local governments across the country. It's possible that that could happen. NDC is in power, and yet local governments in the eastern region, Ashanti and other places, are in the hands of the opposition, which fosters that sense of inclusiveness, because I think that that is what has taken place in the so-called developed democracies that has allowed this devolution of power so that various people can also buy into it. I think that those changes are not just welcome, but they are necessary, and they are the ones that have to be done. My own understanding is that, God willing, if we were to come, we'd definitely amend our constitution to make it possible.
All right, we have time for one more question. He had his hand up first, sir. So, right there. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, Nana, and good luck in your campaign. My question is that I'm very happy that you're making efforts to correct the bloated voters register. But if you look at representation in Parliament as a whole, you would see that, for example, in the NDC, they have MPs representing 3,000 people. And in the MPP, you have representatives representing over 50,000 people. It looks like there's a huge gap in terms of representation in Parliament. Is there any plan to bridge the gap? Because as it looks down, it's going to be very difficult for, say, the MPP to get majority in Parliament, looking at the way that the constituencies are demarcated.
I don't think it's impossible. I mean, we've had majority in the Parliament before, and I believe with the present developments, I see it as possible. But yes, you've touched on something which is very fundamental to a fair system in Ghana, and that is that we have an electoral structure that is strongly skewed against the areas with the biggest populations. So yes, somebody can get elected with 5,000 votes in, say, Nadoli, like the present majority leader, Abin Babin, and yet it takes 60 or 70,000 votes in other parts of the country to get an MP. Clearly, that is not feasible. and it should not be maintained on the long term. But it's a historic structure that we're confronting in Ghana, and we need to do something about it. It will take a serious consensus, because I think that we also ought to avoid that being just a partisan initiative. But it should take a serious consensus with all the major political forces in the country to agree on the equity and redrawing the constituency map of the country so that it reflects not space and geography, but it reflects people, because that is really what Parliament is about, a representation of the people, and it should be equitably based. But I think that is a very important task that awaits us in the future. And my own attitude is that as much as possible, we should do this on an all-party basis. I know it'll be difficult because there are vested interests in some ways. I'm fully aware of that. But I think that if these matters are brought out in the light of broad light of public opinion, and the discussions take place within the Parliament and outside it, the views of our people also will come into bear. And I have no doubt that the Ghanaian people will always choose fairness and equity over unfairness and monopolies, if we can. Okay? So that's...
We have time for one more. All right, I've been given permission to do one more. Okay, I'm going to let you ask the question.
All right. Hi, my name's John Vandenheuvel, and I own a farm in Ghana on Lake Volta in the eastern region, and I've been farming there about 5 years. We've invested about $4 million into the country in agribusiness. We've mobilized investment to expand the business, but we have reservations, serious reservations about expanding our commercial farming operation in the country. My question is, should I expand in Ghana or should I?
I know the answer to this one.
Well, I mean, it's obvious that my answer has to be yes, but I think that you're raising an important... What would be interesting is to find out the nature of your reservations, because I think that is what will really allow us to fashion a proper... But I think, I mean, I can say something of the support that the state, the central government should give to agriculture and the development of agribusiness in Ghana is woefully inadequate. And I believe that probably at the heart of whatever you have as reservations will be that consideration. I mean, it's even reflected in figures. In real terms, the part of agriculture in government expenditure has shrunk every year in the last 5 or 6 years. So the kind of support that should be available to our farmers, right from the farm gate up to the point of export at the ports, has just not been there, and it has made it difficult for us to get the sort of benefit from our lands and our waters that we should get. Because really, all things being considered, I mean, for instance, we're now importing, I don't know, what is it, $6 billion worth of food every year? I mean, these are ridiculous figures when you consider the arable land that is available to Ghana, the waters that we have. But then we don't have the fiscal, monetary, and other technical policies in place to support our agriculture. That has been well done across the board in Côte d'Ivoire, and I think we have a lot to learn from them. To be able to reach the figures that they have. It is a major concern of mine, and it is a major concern of our party, and what we're going to do to try and transform that situation. So what I'll say for the time being is hold on. Next year we'll be coming, when we come in.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I really appreciate you listening. This is a rare opportunity for us to hear from a candidate running for to be the head of government in a very important country in Africa, not just for its people, though clearly it's that, but also for the region and frankly for the world, because there are a lot of countries that look at Ghana as an example of a democratic system, and can they make it work? Do they have the ability to do that? And I think the answer is clearly yes, they can. The Ghanaians that I know here in the United States and living there are just phenomenal folks. They love their country, and they love this country, the ones that are here, but they know how to work, and they know how to be successful. And I think you've heard from a leader that wants to harness that for the good of the Ghanaian people. So please, I will make one admin announcement. There are sandwiches and soda outside, so when we dismiss, please move that way. But please, please join me in thanking candidate Nana for coming in and representing.
The Kingdom of Asante once ruled supreme in West Africa. It was a kingdom that became an empire. It played a pivotal role in commerce linking 3 continents, and it was built on slaves and gold.
This is just a selection of the Asante crown jewels. It gives a real sense of the power and the sophistication of this kingdom.
Africa's history isn't always revealed in written records. It's found instead in artifacts, culture, and the traditions of the people. We know less about Africa's distant past than almost anywhere else on Earth. But the history of this continent is as important and valuable as any other. In this series, I'm exploring some of the richest and most vibrant histories in the world. And I've come to Ghana in West Africa to explore the Kingdom of Asante. It's just one of the continent's many historic and often overlooked kingdoms. Asante was among the most impressive. And it was found deep in the tropical forest, which raises some questions. How did a sophisticated society emerge from some of the toughest conditions on the planet? How was the Asante Kingdom created, and what happened to it? Kumasi, Ghana's second city. Today it's home to 1.5 million people. In the 18th and 19th centuries, Kumasi was the center of power of the Asante Kingdom. A British visitor named Thomas Bowditch came here in 1817. He wrote a remarkable account of the royal court he encountered. The king, his tributaries and captains were resplendent in the distance, surrounded by attendants of every description. At least 100 umbrellas or canopies, which could shelter 30 persons, were sprung up and down by the bearers with brilliant effect, being made of the most showy cloths and silks and crowned on top with crescents, pelicans, elephants, barrels and arms and swords of gold. Wow, it sounds quite something.
Yes, and if there's a pictorial depiction of this scene in this book itself, so I could show that to you. And
historian Mary Owusu is an expert in the Asante Kingdom.
Here it is. Luckily, it's in color, you know.
It's truly spectacular. Mm-hmm. And when one talks about kings and courts, you have a kind of certain idea of the extravagance and bright cloths and everything, and this fulfills all of that. And you can see, is this figure here, is that the Asante?
That would be the Asante, the king.
Yes.
You see? And he has a lot more gold on him. And then the people. But that's also what power is about. It's about human beings, the number of people you control, as well as having the wealth to go with that control.
There's a real display of power, and I guess that the most significant sign of that is just how much gold is in evidence, just everywhere. It's pretty obvious looking at these, Mary, that they're trying to send a message. The Asantini's right at the centre. The British who've come to visit, all of these different subjects,
There's
musicians.
There's something you're seeing but not seeing properly.
What aren't I seeing?
See these people here?
Yes.
They're holding skulls, human skulls. Skulls of important individuals who have been overpowered to show how much control the king had.
This illustration shows a wealthy state with an uncompromising grip on the kingdom. Fascinating though the account is, Bowditch only really got a snapshot of the Asante. And it doesn't reflect one of the most remarkable things about this kingdom, how it came into being in the first place. Asante emerged a little over 300 years ago in territory now occupied by the Republic of Ghana, in the heart of West Africa's forest zone. Dense forest is an unusual place for large civilizations to establish. The heat and humidity are relentless. Despite the conditions, a complex and sophisticated kingdom emerged here that dominated a vast area for more than 200 years. The vegetation
Junior Forum Committee here at the Institute of Politics. Before we begin, please note the exit doors, which are located on both the park.
Okay, folks, we're ready to start. Please take your seat.
Good afternoon. I'm Gretchen Crosby Sims. I'm the executive director here at the Institute of Politics. It is the first day of spring quarter on campus, and we are honored.
Merry Christmas. Happy Christmas to everyone. Hope everyone's going to have an amazing day with their loved ones. This year we decided not to vlog our gift wrapping moment, gift giving moment. I just want to say a Merry Christmas to my beautiful fiance. And we are getting ready for Ghana now. How are you feeling, babes? She's actually a bit sad because...
I'm sad.
Because
We've been traveling every year for Christmas, and I never stopped to think, like, wow, how does my family feel about me not being here 3 Christmases in a row? So next year we're going to stay home.
Well, yeah, we're staying home, and that's cool.
But this year's a very special year for Ghana.
Yeah, because it's the year of the return. The year of the return. So we're getting ready to go Ghana. We're flying out today. We're excited.
Where's my gifts?
She's just thinking about her gifts, but yeah, I'm gonna give her a gift. We decided not to share it. We just want to enjoy the moment with each other, and you know, hopefully she likes my present, most importantly, or I'm gonna have to go and return it. So hopefully not, but I hope everyone's having an amazing time with their loved ones. So anyway, take care, guys. We need to get ready and pack. Good. Okay, goodbye. So we just arrived at the airport, ready to go. So we have just arrived in Ghana. How you feeling, babes? And we haven't even got to our room and already one hiccup, my bag is still in Paris. But I'm pleased that it's not Jackie's, because initially they were saying it was going to be Jackie's, potentially Jackie's bag, but it was my bag, so I'm just happy about that. What I did, well, the humidity, sorry, because it's very hot, that's why you can't see me clearly. But in a nutshell, the good thing is that I packed a lot of stuff in my hand luggage, so I'm good for tomorrow. And the shoot arrived tomorrow, so it should be all good.
If ever get lost, is we'll pack emergency kits for each other. Yeah, so like if I lose a bag, you know, I have like an extra pair of underwear in your bag and stuff to wear, and vice versa.
That's why for teamwork, guys.
Right?
I like that.
The only problem is I never have room. I'm like, Dennis always has extra room. I'm always fighting for like what little bit of space I have.
See the door. Oh, this is litty, guys.
Yeah,
I like this.
Our spot is sick. Yes. Levels. Yeah, my guy, a lot of the guys are.
Okay.
You know Ludacris is staying here as well.
Yeah.
We've arrived. We've arrived. We've arrived. We've arrived. My guys, my guys, my guys. Come on. Good to see you, bro. This looks nice, man. Yo, my guy, good to see you, man. Yeah. Oh, bro, I'm pissed. It left my bag.
He's the same height as you, so he can give you some stuff.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna take your stuff. I'm gonna take your stuff. I'm gonna take your stuff. Yeah, man.
Welcome,
good to see you, man.
Welcome.
Darren, man. Appreciate you, man.
What's up, bro? How you doing?
Darren Lee. Which one's mine?
Wait, can we get a preview?
Yeah, look at that.
Do we have to go up the stairs?
No. What do you mean?
This place is nice. Is you guys the 4-bedroom too?
Yeah. It's been tagged everything. It's still left.
Yeah, we're in the villa now. I ain't gonna lie, we're very impressed with this villa. Very impressed.
Have a shot.
A shot, yeah? Oh shit. I lost my bag and I nearly lost my other bag, my laptop. Okay, let's go and do a tour before we take our bags. Let's go and do a tour. Come, let's go and do a tour.
Yeah, you guys no, that's fine. I'll bring it up.
Let's just go see what it looks like.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Enjoy it.
Yeah, you go first, please. Come me.
No, I'll see you after. You're the
Picture of our house guests.
Ah, our house guests. Interesting house guests. Yes, 12 things house, baby. 4 floors.
Is your brother staying with us?
Yeah. You got their own room. The small one. They'll take one of the small ones.
I really didn't know.
Yeah, babe. Remember I told you 4 bedrooms. That's the reason. Look at that.
Cute.
Yeah, this is nice.
This is so cute.
So this is one of the.
Look at the closet.
Like, this is sick. Because the guy takes his luxury serious. This is why I wanted to get this place. Freedom takes.
Everybody gets a balcony, I'm
Yeah.
sure. This is
Balcony view as well. No, this is gonna be a sick. And this ain't even the main room.
I know. I just want to see everything.
Wow, everyone's got a suite. Yeah, probably. I love the wardrobes. This is classy. Very luxury.
I know. I love that too. Very luxe.
Ghana doing Lux big. Oh, another room. Oh, another room.
3.
That's 3, number 3.
Where's the stuff? Your guys, your brother.
This one, these, they don't get no views there.
All they get is barbed wire.
Maybe, wait, this is interesting. Let me see what the 4th floor is our room. That's what I think. 3 floors. Yeah, no, it's only 3 floors. I don't know why he said 4. It's only 3 floors. So I think this is the master bedroom that we're going to right now. It's hot, yeah. There we go, master bedroom. Whoa, this is a huge room. Oh, we got a balcony there as well?
Look at the whole level.
Jeez! Whole balcony up here. Don't tell me that's our room as well. Maybe that goes to the other. I think that's the other place, other villa. Huge. Oh, look at that, babes. This is pretty, our room.
It smells delicious.
Is that a balcony outside here for us as well? Oh yes, we got a balcony here. So if I'm recording too fast, guys, I'm getting too excited. This is what you call luxe. This is what you call luxe in Ghana. Got the swimming pool outside. Balcony area. Yeah, this is nice. This is nice. Wow, look at the bathroom. Goes. Bathroom goes.
We don't get a bathtub?
Bathroom goes.
What's this?
Balcony. That's another balcony, babes.
Oh, babe, look.
Shower. Yeah.
Pumpkin butt.
Yeah.
I'm confused, babes. Look. So when you go outside this balcony here, pumpkin.
Yeah. Massive wardrobe space. That's another villa. That connects to another villa.
I want to share that space with them.
I know, but it's someone else. We don't. I guess they done it in the sense that if people want to connect, you could share. But yeah, that's another villa. That's not our place.
So we're on the way to the Africa gifting suite, and I'm excited because I'll be getting some new clothes, some new fits. Hey,
That was your first night in Ghana, babes. That was your first. So that's actually
it's not my first time at the rodeo, honey.
How was your first?
Oh my god, last time was so fun. Usually I'm not the type of person who like throws my bags down and just goes out, and that's exactly what we did last night. We went in. Yeah. We didn't come back until the sunrise, but that's like Ghana life.
Yeah, we went KFC twice.
We just stay out all night.
We had KFC
and just have not a care in the world. You have not a care in the world back there. What are you saying? What are you munching on? Oh wait, what are you eating? That sounds like
plantain chips.
Was that so cool?
Plantain chips.
Wow, everybody got snacks except for me. Dang. No.
I know you like nuts, babes.
No. Wow. Hey. Wow. You think you're funny?
Hit it with the wall.
You think you're funny? You think you're funny?
Man, you're dirty hands, man.
I look at don't worry.
This is Dennis's actual twin, Ashley.
Yo.
And they're both just as annoying.
You're annoying, Dennis. You're annoying.
We're talking so much rubbish.
You know why you guys annoy each other, right?
Just do it with your nonsense. Yeah.
Wow.
You think it's funny, people laugh at him. Everyone, let's laugh together.
Sir? It's really nice.
This is cute.
First, let me introduce one of our designers.
Hey. Hi.
Your dress is so pretty.
She made it.
You made this one? Is this one available?
Oh, that's cute.
And the skirt, but you have there.
You have it inside.
Okay.
You don't have
2
design?
pieces?
Yes.
That's really cute.
Oh yeah.
It's a nice villa.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We had a huge fight to get out in Accra. I imagine you guys can imagine.
Oh my
Why?
Yeah, because everybody was trying to get this type of Airbnb, and even when we booked it,
they said someone else.
Some of the American colleagues came sneaking behind.
Yeah, everyone does that. That's typical.
Exactly.
So you had to keep arguing.
Yeah, because we basically booked it in October.
Oh wow!
And then
they try to make more. They try to make more money.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
we had to charge.
Okay.
So yeah.
This is cute. Has anyone actually jumped into the pool?
You can. Oh.
Well,
Please meet my friends there.
what's good, people?
Hey.
Hey. This is cute.
That's the latest part that I've
Oh, okay, this is cute.
Wow.
Have you not had your party here yet?
Yeah.
This is a big place.
What were you guys shoot?
How do you pronounce it? Africrea?
Africrea, yes.
Africrea.
Like,
What does it mean?
African creation. Africa.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
I like that concept.
If you get it, that it's easier to pronounce.
And
we might change it though, because in English it's impossible to pronounce.
Can people, you don't deliver worldwide? You don't deliver to the US?
Yes, we deliver all over the world. We already have sales in 101 countries.
Oh, wow.
So
Jeez.
designers in
Oh, wow.
200 countries.
And how,
Designers in Africa, all over the world.
and how long you been doing it for?
For 3 years now.
Oh, wow, that's impressive. That's impressive.
We fought a lot. We had the chance to have amazing designers like that.
Babe, you know they're in over 100 countries.
Seriously?
Yeah.
800 designers.
No, 5,000.
Like 5,000 designers.
In 200 countries. Exactly.
It's like an ASOS where different people design and they have it.
Cool, yeah. It's a platform business, is it?
Exactly. It's a platform where any designers anywhere in the world can get a shop if you sell something inspired by Africa.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm wearing now.
I
Which actually, by the way, I'm supposed to pick up something. Somebody
Yes,
gave me
exactly.
and told me, "Do you want that?" Because my friend had posted something else in the foray.
Okay.
And you guys DM'd me and
Yes.
said, "Do you want me to put that in here?"
Exactly. We asked
So
you.
I'm here to claim.
You claim that?
That is
You
so
got.
You have 10 of them.
You're gonna definitely do. That's so cute. That's cute. You get that for Nyla? That's actually cute. Oh, this is sick. Are you gonna pick something up, Quakes? Have you got stuff for guys in here? Okay.
For example, Senegal.
Yeah.
This is Togo.
Yeah.
Every clothes you have,
So
I can tell
they
you which
break
country.
down which clothes is from which African country. That's dope.
Exactly.
That's nice.
Exactly. So you have that for all of the clothing there.
Okay, good.
Also,
This is really cool. Hey, that's you, Quakes. That's you, Quakes. That's hard.
Cufflinks for me next
it
time.
feels good? No problem.
Wow, it fits you perfect.
It's alright, right?
It looks really nice.
Yeah, so I'm wearing this amazing jumper from Senegal.
Pearl Vagabond.
Pearl Vagabond.
Pearl Vagabond. He's very good with languages. Pearl Vagabond.
That's amazing, huh?
Yes.
And I'm Quake got this, but I'm gonna take it.
Steal it and run with it.
Good morning. Day 3, actually day 4. Day 3 in Ghana. Jet lag has been incredibly gracious to us because what ends up happening is we go to parties all night and then we sleep all during the day. Like right now it's 4:15. If you could just focus on my phone, if you could just, there we go. Okay, so it's 4:15 and I'm about to have breakfast and I just got out the shower within the last hour, and it's nice because, you know, we don't have to worry about like adjusting to the local time here. I'm still technically kind of sleeping at the same time I would in the US, but it works out perfectly because the whole adjusting, you know, the only thing is my meet and greet is on Thursday and the meet and greet is at 2 p.m. So I don't know how I'm gonna get up early enough to get ready and be all camera ready for that, but we move anyway. Anyway, I'm gonna go have breakfast, start my day off. We're going to a brunch today with Cuppy Music. And I don't know why I said Cuppy Music, her YouTube, her Instagram handle, but Cuppy's a Nigerian DJ and she's hosting a brunch today. And she also happens to be the sister of my friend Timmy. So we're gonna go hang out with her today. I don't know what it is about these eggs, but I feel like every time African makes breakfast, they make the eggs like this, and it reminds me of my dad, and they're so good. So this is chicken. I'm about to have breakfast and lunch, period. You ain't gonna judge me. This is chicken. This is pasta. And this is, what is it called again? Wache. It's apparently a traditional Ghanaian dish that is rice and peas. No, I meant like apparently as in like I just learned this fact right now. Like I was just informed. I was just put on notice. You feel me, babes? So yeah, we about to get into that.
Ready.
Hey, take a cute little boomerang of me.
What are you doing first? I do want a beef too.
All right, come on, babes. Oh, us too? You want to be babes?
Ready to go? Ready, babes?
Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Oh, ready.
Are you taking a picture of us?
Prepare them for it as we proceed with the coverage.
We're going to see the security services continue. Some selected groups, including representatives of all the 16 regions. If you're updated, 16 regions now, and of course the Nation Builders Corps, afforestation groups, and other banners. We are also going to see the march past by the veterans as the Veterans Administration Ghana. We'll see a cultural display, gymnastics by the Ghana Armed Forces, physical training school.
It is important, Selikem, to talk about the Veterans Administration Ghana and the members. This is a group that was formed following the riots in 1948, the Crossroads shooting in 1948 that got 3 soldiers who had returned from the Second World War, who had gone there to fight on the British. They returned, and the compensation that was due them was not given to them. And when they were going to the castle to demand for these compensations, 3 of them were killed on the spot. We are made to understand that a lot more of them died later from wounds they received on that occasion. We have Teacher Kantanka here. When the time permits us, we will allow Teacher to give us a bit of that history. She just talked about the fact that, and we'll be seeing them pretty shortly, the veterans who returned from the war, 1948. Largely, it is believed that it was that single incident that sparked off the true attainment of independence and got Osajifo and J.B. Dankwa and everybody else who had a hand in Ghana's attainment of independence at the time to wake up and begin to actually push for the final shot to be given.
Yeah, that is very true. What happened after they had been shot, and 23 of them were also severely wounded, and this sparked general looting and misunderstanding everywhere. So this actually made the government of that day, that is the British government, understand that there is something heavier coming from the sky, so that they have to prepare. And this again made the civilians also engage in a lot of demonstrations.
We'll get back to that as we proceed with coverage of this event. But Commander, you tell us. So now we're about to see the what's the next thing? Telecom, you have all the details about the program, and then we'll proceed from there. We currently find pleasantries being exchanged by some of the high-profile dignitaries who are here. Of course, the president paying some courtesies to Otumfor, the Speaker of Parliament, and the other invited guests who are here. And we have already informed you, seated to the right side of the president, standing there right now, is the guest of honor for the 63rd Independence Day celebration, who is the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, and to his right is his spouse who came along with him. So we're about to see the march parts now.
The Ghana Armed Forces and the security services will march off to pave way for the pupils and the students to march, as well as the other groups. And after that, we'll have the gymnastics and other cultural performances. It is after that the military.
So, by the right of quick march.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, contingents from the Ghana Armed Forces and other security services will march off to make way for the march past by the school children, representatives of the Nation Builders Corps, civil society groups, and the Veterans Administration Ghana. I will humbly hand you over to Madame Cassandra Chumampofo, the Ghana Education Service Head of Public Relations, to continue with the march past by the basic and senior high schools.
Thank you very much, Captain Abena Dapua Dapa. And if you just joined us, this is the 63rd Independence Anniversary Parade being held under the theme Consolidating Our Gains at the Baba Yara Sports Stadium. Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, the school's contingent from the Ghana Education Service were drawn from the Kumasi metropolis, Oforikum, Kwadaso, and Asokori-Mampong Municipal. The schools are made up of 5 senior high schools, 8 basic schools, and 1 vocational special school. The basic schools are St. Luanga, JHS, Weweso MA
countries
JHS,
opening
Denyame
the way for
MA
other
JHS,
countries to
CI Amedia JHSB,
indeed, it is a day of great pride for many Ghanaians.
College Basic Aid, Odumase Extension, and Good Shepherd Junior High School.
So all the pupils and students who will be marching here are pupils and students who have been assembled from various schools in the Kumasi metropolis. And they will be doing the march past. They have been rehearsing on these grounds for at least 5 weeks. And so we wait to see what they have to display to the rest of Ghana. It's the 63rd Independence Day in Ghana. And before we see the students come to march, and of course the GS is playing an active role in this. This is the armed forces,
mass band.
The mass band.
Yes, and it's made up of the Armed Forces Central Band, the Army Band, the Navy Band, the Air Force Band, and the Police Band. So this is the mass band.
Okay. And I just wanted to find out from the traditional ruler's point of view here, how when you first heard that this year the ceremony was being taken to Kumasi, what was the reception like? How did you receive that news?
It was wholehearted. Without asking any question, we had to embrace it with all our hearts because it makes history. The first time in history that something of that nature is to take place in Kumasi and for the whole of the region.
It's interesting that you are a historian, and today you will be part of history. When many years to come, it is said that the first Independence Day parade at the national level, when it was brought to Kumasi, Teacher Kantanka was part of the commentary team for GBC. And so you become a part of history. Yes. And others who have to narrate that many years to come after today.
I was holding the flag, and among those who had lined up on the roadside.
Oh.
And it was even difficult to sing the national anthem those days. Those days, in the early 60s, the national anthem was not God Bless Our Homeland Ghana. It was lift up the flag of Ghana. Yeah.
Okay, so we've got to this point, and this is where Commander would have to let us know exactly what is going on. President Akufo-Addo and his guest of honor.
All right, so now we have the mass band in our shot, and the parade commander has called the student contingent to attention, and they have started marching. In all, we have 16 contingents from basic and senior high schools drawn from Kumasi Metropolis and Kwadaso, Oforikum, and Asokori-Mampong municipality. We would also have the Veterans Administration Ghana March Pass. We also have the Nation Builders Corps, or NAPCO. We'll have representatives from all 16 regions, I can tell you for sure that we'll have the Kayayes also on parade today. And so it's going to be a beautiful sight to behold.
The Kayaye, we saw them when they were coming in. I thought it was a beautiful sight. But I had my
distinctively with their headbands.
With their headbands.
So you could tell that these were the Kayaye coming in. And I'm sure that in our subsequent bulletins we'll bring you some of those shots.
We'll bring those, but I have my personal reservations, which I'll express later on another platform. But all the same, the Kayaye were here with their headbands also to participate at this event. We'll see them. And one of the questions we have is, or do we intend to take these girls off the streets and give them something more reliable to depend on, and so on? These are questions, of course, that will come up. Everything that happens here is supposed to ignite a conversation that will eventually help in the development of the nation. And so let's talk about all these things. But then we have the students marching right now. For many of these students, as we've been talking about since we began a commentary on this celebration, we have been telling for many of these students this will forever be in their memories. Many of them will live to tell generations yet unborn how they were a part of this. Today we've had teacher Kantanka, who had the privilege of waving a flag when Nkrumah visited. Today he's telling that story, still with a lot of excitement and still with some very nostalgic memories and feelings. So many of these, another 50 years to come, 60 years to come, will be recounting the day they were part of this event.
Let me take this opportunity to explain the kind of kente that the president has on his
right. Yes.
That kente tells a lot of history. It is called Ohene Afrosheng. That was made to commemorate the occasion when the king of Ashanti was exiled. British came to this Kumasi and arrested him and took him to the Seychelles Island. And the people who were weaving at that time, the weavers at that time from Bonyure, decided to commemorate the occasion by weaving a type of kente called Ohene Afrosheng. And that is what the president has around his neck.
All right, beautiful. And when the president comes back on our screens, we will certainly let you explain again so that our viewers. And there he is. That's the president taking the salute. And so these are the colors you were explaining to us.
That is, we have a type of design which we call a zigzag, which means that I am general, I'm ubiquitous, I'm hardworking.
Wow. And so last year in Tamale, we were told that even the way you wear a hat with a smock gives a message. It's the same with the kente, the colors you wear and the designs on. And so if I am not aware of the meaning of some design and I wear it to a certain public space and give the wrong message, what can be the repercussions on me?
Well, people there who understand the meaning might approach you and maybe give you a new cloth to wear. If you are wearing a whole piece of cloth, you will be giving another to wear.
All right. We'll come to the traditional bit in a short while. We'll now turn our attention to the students who have been drawn from, this is the T.I. Ahmadiyya Senior High School, my school, and Opokuwari Senior High School. Forgive my bias, I simply cannot. And Flying Officer Anas is very much a part of this as well. I'm also an old student of Amas. This is the Opokuwari Senior High School in their traditional yellow and sea blue colors. It's beautiful, and the lines are meticulously straight. These students have been practicing for a while, I can tell.
And at this point, you can't afford to miss. You would have to fall in line because it is a time where you finally get to showcase all the practice and all the hard work that have gone into this. and as they march, then you'll be giving credit to schools and how they're doing and their performance as they are coming
The
through.
Sankofa Senior High School there in your shot, and they are in their white and pink.
Baby pink.
That's nice. Oh.
And they're being led by their teachers who have been taking them through the rigorous training, and you can see.
And I'm told that in many schools, to select a teacher who will lead these students in this kind of ceremony, sometimes the competition is tough. It can be very keen just to decide which of the teachers, because even for teachers, this is not a small matter, as we say in Ghana.
And the President, His Excellency, will be standing through as he receives all these students marching past. T.I. Ahmadiyya Senior High School, again, one senior short. And their lines are straight.
Our lines
JHS is also marching through.
Their lines have always
that is the St. Luanga JHS being led by a female teacher. It's important to emphasize in these times of talking about gender equality, when we see women playing their role.
And do you see the feet of the students? It's in unison. None of them missing their steps. And these are basic schools. A while ago we saw the basic schools. We were so
senior high school.
What's instructive is that all the schools that are marching here were assembled from the Kumasi metropolis and surrounding areas, and it's homegrown. Kumasi beyond age, so to speak. This is beautiful. And so on occasions such as this, it's the mass band that is providing the background music to which the march past is taking place. Commander, you may want to tell us what goes into selecting the songs. I realize many of the songs, how do you select them?
Well, the session is done and his personnel, but basically we normally play martial music or patriotic songs. You know, on this day we need to whip up that spirit of nationalism, and so it's basically patriotic songs and martial music that is played, and that is normally the responsibility of the band officer, so he does that in conjunction with his lieutenants.
All right.
The Nyame basic school.
Yes,
just
a while ago, yes.
Okay, so this is not my fault, but again, my school.
But this time they are paying compliments, so you can see
this is
to the right.
This is a junior high school,
okay.
And they have turned to the right.
Yes, to pay compliments.
So, and at some point, the leader shouts, "Eyes right," and you can't miss it. You can't get it wrong when they say "eyes right." The eyes must turn to the right at the same time.
Yes.
Interesting. And so, who does the training of these children and the students?
Prepare a college, primary school, just marching past there. So much effort put into the preparation of this one event, historic event, a big day for people in Kumasi, a very big day for people in the Ashanti region, and a historic one, of course, because it's now 16 regions. If it's going to go around, you don't know when it will come back to your turn again. So yes, the preparations that were put into this were really done meticulously.
And so the pupils and the students, when they march off, they would go and take their seats. You know, over the years, when we keep them there for too long, a lot of them fall off. Some of them are so anxious I believe they don't even eat at home. And so for this year, we're allowing them, once they march off, you go and take their seats. And that is when the Ghana Armed Forces and the other security services will march on to continue with the rest of the parade. That's Good Shepherd RC Junior High School. And I cannot stress enough that as we put in so much effort for today, we should always remember that in everything we do, Ghana must come first. That is Odumasi Experimental Junior High. These are physically challenged persons, students, who were not left out of the fun.
This emphasizes the fact that disability is not inability, because they were also able to stay in the sun and they came early, they've done their rehearsals, and they are showing off what they are able to do.
That is NAPCO. Yes, Nation Builders Corps. And right behind NAPCO, we have Ahafo region.
That's beautiful shots. Best eye view of the entire event. 63rd Ahafo region is here to celebrate the 63rd Independence Day as well. And again, we have a list of those who will be marching past before the security agencies take their turn. These are traditional organizations also. This is the Ahafo region. Ahafo region was created a little over a year ago, about 1.5 years ago, I believe, when in December 2018, Ghanaians went to the polls to decide through a referendum for the creation of more regions. The Bono region, the Ahafo region, the Bono region ably represented here as well. So we had the Bono region being created, then the Bono East, of course, Ashanti region has always existed since independence.
And the capital of the Ahafo region is Goso, as well as the Bono.
The Bono East region is Techiman. So we see the beauty of the Ghanaian kente, of course, once again in display. These are the masqueraders.
Central regional masqueraders, Central region masqueraders. Obviously, you can tell from the activity
And it's amazing how unique things can be attributed to groups in Ghana. As soon as I saw the masqueraders, even without having to read the banner, that's 80%. And because they have a special festival, especially in Winnipeg, where you have these things happening.
You have the Manya Krobo cultural also coming in, and of course, typically representative of them in their beats. And headgear, the beads, and the way the cloth is worn. That is the Manya Krobo cultural troupe. Masqueraders once again inside. Normally you see them pop up during the holiday season. Oh, and we have the Greater Accra region.
Okay, so it means that all the regions across the country are here to showcase what they have in terms of culture and in terms of their unique identities. We are being told currently the 40,000 capacity Baba Yara Stadium is filled up. There is no long space to accommodate anybody. Can you believe that more than 40,000 people have already arrived at the stadium? Every seat at the Baba Yara Sports Stadium is occupied at this speak. And around on the peripheries of the stadium, a lot of people have come together here. The police are pleading with people in the Ashanti region, those who are not here, to stay home and enjoy the scenes from the comfort of their homes, to enjoy the comfort of their...
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity. I would like to plead with our people in Kumasi that whoever wants to come to the stadium right away would plead with the person to stay at home and watch it on TV. It's streaming live on GTV. The stadium is full to capacity. We're pleading with the general public. The peripheries, as the commentator said, is also full. We don't want to record any stampede. Therefore, whoever is yet to come to the stadium should please stay at home and watch it on television. Thank you very much. I am ASP Godwin Ahianyo, the PR of the Ghana Police Service.
Right, and that's the Manya Krobo cultural troupe. There once again, overhead shots. Coming from northern Ghana, the northern region, of course, one of the regions represented. That is the northern region represented in the smock. So every region here is regions being showcased to the world. President, His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, is in the company of his wife, the First Lady Rebecca Akufo-Addo, seated to his left and to his right, as special guest of honor for the 63rd Independence Day celebrations. His Excellency Honorable Dr. Christopher Rowley and his wife who are here. And up next, we are seeing the OT region being showcased. The capital of the OT region is Dambai, and that is the OT region. The OT region was carved out of the Volta region, and that is the interesting one. I see that their eyes are covered. I hope, but this is well rehearsed, so they know exactly what they're doing. and the Upper West region in their smokes there. Oh yes, and typical fire display.
Yes, this display of, if you like, spiritual prowess and culture as well, all combined in one. It's about time we began also to look at, as we talk about heritage, especially within the month of March, the month of independence, that we begin to look at the beautiful aspects of our traditional beliefs as well, so that our love for Christianity and for Islam does not make us do away with many of our traditions.
Especially the preservation of our culture in the face of taking on other Western culture and abandoning what is truly ours.
Okay.
That's the Savannah region. In your show, the capital of Savannah region is Damongo.
Savannah region, of course, one of the regions that was recently carved out of the northern region. The Savannah region as well as the northeast region were carved out of the then northern region to make way for easy administration of that region, because it was extremely huge, and past regional ministers had a difficulty administrating a large region such as that, and they are here, Savannah region. Butchers and Livestock Farmers Association, these are a group of people who have contributed to the nutrition needs of Ghanaians, and indeed under the watch of President Akufo-Addo, they have a policy, the raring for food and jobs, and these groups of people, and the railway line are here as well, and recently we've seen the construction of a railway line ongoing from our Mpakadam through to Tema and other areas in the country, and it's exciting to know that that is being revived as well. The masqueraders, of course, always on parade. The Volta region, the region that recently gave birth to the Uti region, it's here also displaying their unique identity, their culture, and some bobo dance as well. You cannot miss Volta. No, there's no way. Sally, I'm sure you identify with it.
I do identify with it. The Volta region, the bobo dance, and it's done in a special fashion, because it might look very easy, but if you don't take care, you can't twist the handkerchiefs around and get it moving throughout the dance. Interesting to see our rich culture in diversity being displayed.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the Keita port. Saw that a while ago. 63 years of independence, 63 years of the name Ghana. But people have said that after 63 years, what gains have we made as a people? All too often, we have tended to look at the negative stories and failed all too often to see the positives that Ghana has made, the positive marks and gains that Ghana has made in the last 63 years. Internationally, Ghana is acclaimed as an icon of peace and a beacon of democracy. And so there are times that I believe, Teacher Kantanka, that we must pause to reflect not just on the negatives, but also on the many, many positive things that have happened to Ghana in the last 63 years.
Yes, that we are united cannot be left out. It is only unfortunate that occasionally lack of knowledge makes some politicians make statements which divide us. but this is enough to tell us that what is important is to make sure that all that we do is towards unity.
Yes,
The
the
Ashanti
Vice President.
has always been at the center of culture, not because they are the only people with culture. All have their culture, and today we have seen culture displayed from all regions. The culture here is strong and maintained because they were the last to be colonized. Those at the coast had theirs a bit adulterated just because they had opportunity, if you like, to associate themselves with a European group. Type of culture, European culture in them. We are told that the people here did not want independence. This we must learn that is not true, because Ashanti had to give up its own independence to join the coastal people, that is the Gold Coast, to attain independence. Before Ghana's independence, Ashanti was an independent nation. It was rather the Gold Coast that was under the British control. And when the time came for the Gold Coast to demand their independence, Ashanti met and decided that no, we cannot have our independence when our brothers don't have theirs. So let's drop our independence, join them as a one nation, call ourselves also Gold Coast. So Ashanti became part of the Gold Coast, and they fought for their independence. So that is a big sacrifice.
The 63rd Independence Day parade here at the Baba Yara Sports Stadium. Just heard Teacher Kantanka, who is a historian at the Minsha Palace, tell us that contrary to some historical narratives, that the Ashanti Kingdom at the time did not want Ghana to be independent, that indeed they joined the rest of the people of the then Gold Coast to strive and to fight for the attainment of independence. And so whoever has that narrative, you must begin to revise your notes at this point in time. We are still seeing various groups. These are nurses groups showing what stuff they are also made of, participating actively here at this independence. These are fruit sellers and producers. Everyone, all people from all walks of life are here, and they are fully participating in this event. And what excites me about this is, Selikem, the patriotism. Nobody is being paid for taking part in this parade. Everyone here is doing that on the basis of volunteerism. And so it means that the Ghanaian can volunteer. The Ghanaian can offer service for free. The Ghanaian is patriotic. The Ghanaian, Otumfor right there, sitting in state together with his wife and other dignitaries from the Ashanti Kingdom. And so I was talking about the spirit of the Ghanaian when the right atmosphere is created for him. You don't agree with me?
Exactly. It's important for us to acknowledge that we have an identity. That identity is something that cannot be taken away from us. No matter how globalized we are, being the Ghanaian you are, with the language you speak and where you come from makes you you. And it is protecting our land, our natural resources, our assets, and defending what we have. And there you have in your short the Kayaye who have just come in.
We were telling you earlier about the Kayaye.
Just before them, bush meat sellers just gone by, but you see the Kayaye.
And for those who may not be
they
familiar,
do not need a banner. They by their headpans you can tell what they are and who they are and what they trade in.
Yes, these are the Bushmeat Sellers Association. These are not just ordinary meat sellers, but they are the bushmeat. That's the first time I'm having to know that there's an association of bushmeat sellers, and it's exciting to see this association. Then it means that the bushmeat industry can be regularized and regulated. I beg your pardon. That's because anybody kills anything and calls it bushmeat. But once they have an association, I'm sure that they will ensure that we have wholesome meat coming from Ghanaian bushes.
And it also raises the point of having minority groups involved in whatever you're doing, and no matter how little the group is, or no matter how small the business community is, it is represented here.
Let's now look at the kayaye, and for those who are not familiar with the word kayaye or kayayo, simply refers to a girl who carries items on the head. It's headquarters around markets in Ghana, and there is a strong advocacy to help these girls and take them up the streets, give them something more dignifying to do than carry items on their heads like that. I'm sure they are here to make a statement, and these are young pupils from different schools here displaying what they hope to become in future. In Ghana, most children want to either become doctors or lawyers or nurses, and we are seeing that these are our future leaders, exactly. And the president. This is another. Okay, so and you found us laughing there. It's a relief. It's a comic relief. So, Commander, we have the Veterans Administration Ghana. Yes. The Veterans Administration Ghana. At this point, I'll go back to Teacher Kantanka to take some comments from Teacher Kantanka. Teacher Kantanka, you were telling us about the veterans, the war that was fought, the Second World War. What actually led to that war, and why did people from the then Gold Coast participate in that war?
The Second World War, which started in 1939 and ended in 1945, was sparked by Germany. I think at a point in time, Germany wanted to control the world, and they started taking control over the neighboring states around Europe. So the world was alarmed, and the whole world decided to stop Germany from that act. And Ghana was part of Britain. That is, Britain was our colonial master, so wherever they went, we had to go with them. So people were recruited from here to fight at different fronts to liberate us from the German control. That is where we had these veterans coming from. After the war, the pensioned soldiers organized themselves into an association called the Veterans Association. It is this same veteran who marched to the castle to demand some rights from the colonial master, where three of them were shot, and that sparked the independence struggle.
And the three were Sergeant Ajete, Corporal Atipo, and Private Odati Lamte. The president conferring with his guest of honor, the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. Seated to the left of the president, of course, is his wife, the First Lady, Mrs. Rebecca Ekufu-Addo. And so presently we are seeing the military setup.
Yes, those are the physical training instructors who are setting the stage for their physical training display. But before then, let me just add something little to what Teacher Kantaka said. The veterans, those who fought in the Second World War, most of them are very weak or have passed on. And so those on parade were persons who have participated in most of our peacekeeping missions. So most of the veterans could not march today because of their age.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, so again, a snapshot of the beautiful scenes of Ghanaians. President J.A. Kufuor, he made it here as well. President J.A. Kufuor was president of the Republic of Ghana from 2001 until he handed over in 2009 to the late Professor J.E.A. Mills, who had won the elections in the year 2008, and the General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, John Boydu, a while ago, conferring with some security personnel.
And of course, the theme for this year's Independence Day celebration is consolidating our gains as a people. We are looking back on how far we have come, the fact that we've been able to maintain the peace and unity in diversity, regardless of the fact that Ghana speaks 76 different languages, has 76 different languages. We still have that unity in diversity, and unity in diversity in terms of culture, in terms of other things, as well as our way of doing things. And this year we are focusing on consolidating our gains. What are our gains as a people, and how are we bringing this to bear together as a people? How are we putting our wheels to the shoulder to make our nation great and strong and maintain the peace?
In many events organized by the military, and I've seen military officers display and show what stuff they are made of. I've seen displays and events organized by cultural groups, and how beautifully they can display the culture of Ghana and the diversity of Ghana, but never have I seen such a mix of all activities, whether cultural, religious, and military, and school children come together to provide such a beautiful scene. This is the Baba Yara Sports Stadium, and we have already told you, we heard from the police PRO of the Ashanti region himself a while ago. The stadium is already filled to capacity. They are unable to accept any new entrants, and he has urged all those who are not yet here to remain at home and watch the proceedings on TV, because there's no longer space to accommodate anybody at the stadium here, and that tells you the extent to which the people are excited about the relocation of this year. But this is beautiful display of some Ghanaian dancers.
From the northern belt of our country is the Bamaya dance, which is performed solely by men. This dance was first performed in the early 19th century to mark an end to a protracted drought that hit most parts of the Dogon state in the northern region. Like Tora and Takai, Bamaya has several segments with its own name. is the Shagako, a warrior dance from the Ewe ethnic group located in the southeastern part of Ghana. And this is one of the oldest traditional dances of the Ewe group. Originally a war dance performed after battle when the warriors returned to the village. Center for National Culture in Kumasi. The trainers are Berima Esumedu-Sechi, the Regional Director for the Center for National Culture, Mustafa Isa, Head of Performing Arts Department of the Center, Kofi Obing Onyina, the Sectional Head, and Julius Yao Kwansa, the Acting Dance Instructor and Choreographer.
And that was a performance from
Next,
the
we shall have
Center
military
for
physical
National
training
Culture.
display.
And the military will now show us their physical training display. So again, what's the significance of such a display on an occasion such as this? But again, anytime we have these scenes, I cannot resist the temptation just to express my own excitement and admiration for the beauty. You can see the diversity. Even though you find a lot more people in Kente, and this is where we have the military people coming in.
Exactly. Physical fitness is #1 requirement of every military person. And so for those who will be interested in joining the military in future, if you are not fit, please, you are out of the question. And these are physical training instructors. And so they will have to be extra fit, more than the average military person. There are some displays that you will see here and you think it's very easy. If you want to try it, you end up breaking your limbs or your neck. And so I would advise children in their homes that never to try it. So it's just to show to the whole world the fitness level of the Ghana Armed Forces, and also to let you know that some tasks may not be that simple, but with constant training you can easily overcome them.
Particularly in Tamale, we saw, and that picture went viral after the 6th of March 2019 when we saw that military person jump through a ring of fire without scratching himself. That picture went viral after the 6th of March on that day.
Then I think you should stand by for more of such pictures.
Okay, so these are the physical trainers.
Yes, so that is their leader. He just come to ask permission for them to commence. And so that is the prone line and thigh support. So those on the chairs have thigh support and those in front have prone line. And then
wow.
We have shoot through and split to sit. That was there a while ago. And that was the backward roll and forward roll out of chair act. So that is backward roll forward out of the chair, and then forehead spring and backward roll to sit. It looks very simple, but it's not that simple.
Can imagine the hours of rehearsal that had to go into doing this, because as an individual you may be able to do it alone, but to do it together with others and in unison would demand a lot of practice and rehearsal. I just saw what happened there. Yes. And it's almost like marching while still engaging in some form of exercise.
Yes.
And they are doing it to precision and timing.
Yes, back band lift and handspring in pairs. That's what we are watching now. Bend back lifts and handspring in pairs.
So these are the personnel,
the physical training instructors
who train
the military personnel.
The military personnel.
Yes, and they are military personnel themselves.
Commander, did you go through this?
Oh yes, every military personnel goes through.
You did this?
I may not know. I didn't necessarily do it because I am not a PTI. So the PT course is also a core.
And the crowd went ecstatic over this one.
Because it's pretty.
Yes,
very nice.
It was very nice. But if there was a mistake there, you can imagine the kind of pain it would have caused the receiver of that mistake.
Exactly.
And so, and this is where the warning comes in. Do not try this at home. You need to be an expert to be able to try some of these stunts that the military personnel here are displaying. The president obviously
the president's excited
with what we've seen. He's the commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. If this is what it takes to join the military, no wonder I'm a journalist. I could never have joined the military.
Oh, you can, with determination. I believe everything in life is about determination. And most of us go without having any idea, but with determination, one can sail through. But it's difficult, I must admit. So that's one phase of the display. And now we are having the individual displays. Beautiful. So that's a freestyle display by the physical instructors. And the aim is to test their ability and agility.
And the response from the crowd is so at this level, you as a physical trainer on this stage, you come and do whatever you feel like doing.
But they've rehearsed, so you know which one you are doing and which the other person is doing, so that we can have a variety of them.
Wow. Do not try this at home. You will feel dizzy. I'm already feeling dizzy on his behalf. I feel dizzy on his behalf, really. That was amazing. That was amazing. Again, shots from the Baba Yara Sports Stadium in Kumasi, filled to capacity stadium. Ghanaians are enthusiastic about Ghana. The people of Kumasi are enthusiastic about Ghana, and they're excited that this honor has been done them. The national parade has been brought to their doorsteps, and currently the physical trainers of the Ghana Armed Forces on display, showing us what stuff they are made of. And if you have ideas of joining the military, perhaps these are some exercises you may be psyching yourself up for.
Exactly. You may have to take part in some of these, especially if you're a physical training instructor. If you join the physical training instructors, then you would have to necessarily take part. The next is horse work. And I'll leave the description to you.
Horse work.
Horse work.
Okay, so when you said horse work, I was looking out for where the horses were. But I'm not seeing horses. I'm seeing men jump over
what looks like a horse.
What looks like a horse. Yes. And so this is what to ensure that if you meet any obstacle, you will be able to scale over.
Cross it easily. Yeah. So that is face vault on and off. Then we have the through vault and astride vault.
Right. That was beautiful. Yes, it's all part of it. Of course, Asantino 82, Otumfo 82, the second, also admiring the scenes here. He must be a very proud king at the moment. He's here admiring and observing events as they unfold. The scenes here are so beautiful. The cameras will not be able to bring every thing to you in your homes, but we'll try to give you as much as we can. This is still the armed forces, the Ghana Armed Forces, displaying some skills. These are physical trainers, and Commander Veronica Ahen, who is here in commentary position with me, has been warning us that we should not try this at home. This is for experts. If you are not one, do not try it. You may end up hurting yourself. Selikam, did you ever dream of engaging in any of these exercises?
Absolutely not. It appears that even this one was well rehearsed over and over again. It takes a lot of effort and skill to have to get to this point of perfection.
Wow.
This is just admirable, and you can just hear the crowd appreciate the display, the physical display.
course, the Ghana Armed Forces, noted as one of the best around the world on many UN peacekeeping missions. The reports have indicated that the Ghana Armed Forces have been very professional and meticulous at
And
whatever
this
it is they do. Yes.
And that is the dive and roll through the loop. Dive and roll through the loop.
Oh. So, and two persons come almost at the same time, and
the loop, sorry.
Oh,
one creates a loop, and the other one dives through it.
And here again, with the least mistake, there could be a crash of heads.
Exactly.
It's
so it's done with training. And let me add that Lieutenant Gershon Adase and his able safety supervisors, Chief Petty Officer Class 1 Aqua Bernard, Staff Sergeant Oklu Roland Moses, and Petty Officer Class 1 Seshi Sylvester, Flight Sergeant Amponsa Jeffrey, and Staff Sergeant Adata Courage worked tirelessly to bring this personnel to this level. Even though they are physical training instructors, they still needed to train.
This is GBC's coverage of the 63rd Independence Parade and the first national parade ever to be held in the Ashanti regional capital, Kumasi. The first was in the northern regional capital of Tamale, and here in Kumasi we're seeing beautiful scenes, beautiful sounds, beautiful people, beautiful cultures, diversity of cultures meeting at one spot, and that spot is here at the Baba Yara Sports Stadium. So the loop and dive and loop?
Dive and roll through the loop. But this one is somersault through the loop. So he has created the loop by you somersault over him.
Oh, wow.
So that's a higher jump.
Yes,
that's a higher jump.
One.
And again, with the least of mistakes, we could have trouble in our hands. And so what it means, again, is that don't try this at home. It's for the experts. And this is just an indication of how physically fit the men of the Ghana Armed Forces are. And I'm beginning to get memories of Tamale coming back. I saw something similar, and then it began to blaze with fire, and we had men and personnel from the Ghana Armed Forces jump. Okay, so we go. There we go again. You can. And the crowd is responding to this again. The crowd went ecstatic over this one. Anytime someone jumps through it successfully, because if you fail to do so, you will not go back home the same.
You can't afford to touch any of the edges.
You cannot.
But this will also be very hot.
Yes, it is fire, so it's hot.
Oh dear.
So again, and I'm always curious about some of these things. So, in practicality, what would this do for us as a people or as an army? What's this supposed to mean?
That if you have a mission to accomplish and you need to overcome this, then you have to find a way of overcoming it. You don't have to allow fire to be an obstacle. You don't have to allow rain to be an obstacle. In fact, nothing must be an obstacle.
We've seen should not be an obstacle because they're jumping at a high altitude, if you like. But again, you have to be so precise that you have to go through fire to be able to get to your task. Wow. And so there we had it. He tried to jump over it, but indeed, okay. So this is jumping over it.
Yes,
the first was jumping through it. Now it's jumping over it actually. Okay, and
that's he jumped paying compliments.
What does that mean?
He was saluting when he jumped through the ring. Oh, you didn't see it. You missed
okay,
it.
that was very fast. Paying compliments. He was
Yes,
saluting.
he was saluting.
Whilst jumping at the same time.
Exactly.
And he jumps through.
Yeah, exactly. And so, yes.
And the president is rising to show his appreciation.
So the leader is going to ask permission again for them to march off. Yes, and their motto is strong mind, strong body.
Strong mind,
strong body.
Yes.
Of course, you need a strong mind to be able to withstand some of the very torturous experiences, and then you need a strong body to be able to withstand the very physically demanding tasks that the Ghana Armed Forces have to go through in order to protect our territorial integrity, but also to participate at the UN level and the AU level to ensure that Ghana remains an active member of the UN and also an active member of the AU and other international bodies such as the ECOWAS and so on. And so it's instructive that we are aware that our men and women in uniform are always physically and mentally stable and alert at all times to protect our interest. And that was the physical trainers of the Ghana Armed Forces. So now everything is in the hands of the security agencies at this point in time. We've seen the horse work. What next?
We have a little surprise, and I'll start speaking only when they start it.
Oh, so you have a surprise for who? For the audience, for the president?
For our viewers.
So it's a little surprise.
Yes.
And is this
okay, this is a short scenario as to how, if there's a need to rescue somebody, like a very important personality has been kidnapped, and then a special force is inserted to go and then
rescue
the person. Before such people get onto the field, we'll have security intelligence giving us an idea as to the location, and then in real life scenario, the aircraft would have dropped the persons far away, and then they'll find their own means to the location. So we are assuming that they have found their location, and some personnel will rappel and others will do fast roping. There are two types of getting down from the aircrafts to rescue that person who has been kidnapped. But for the sake of time, I'm sure they are going to give an abridged version, so you will not see all the nitty-gritty.
So now this chopper is assumed to have arrived at the spot where the person is being held hostage, so to speak.
This particular one will have to be happening a bit far from the location.
Because it will draw attention.
It will draw attention.
So it will be far from the location.
Yes.
And then the personnel would have to find a way of
walking down here. Exactly.
Okay. So this is where we are now.
Yes. So this is rappelling. What you are seeing now, that form of dropping is called rappelling. And it's normally dropped off the location for the personnel to walk a distance or drive, whichever means is available, to the site of the operation. And because I'm privy to it, let me add that the first person coming out is a female.
Oh,
yes.
We have, well, it's clear, we can see it's a female, and she's done it so effortlessly. She's landed very well. So they will from here then join, because we saw two men with a motorbike like.
It's more than two. It's because of the camera.
Okay.
They have actually secured the whole place, so they have them around virtually the whole stadium.
So this is rappelling from the chopper to the location. Yes. Not the direct location, but a location a bit far away, so that you do not draw the attention of the enemy before you go in for the rescue. Otherwise, then the enemy would devise defensive mechanisms against you.
Exactly.
Okay. So it is assumed that here at this point, the enemy doesn't know that any action is being taken.
And even if it happens that they have to drop the enemy at the exact location, okay, should I be giving out so much information? I think I'll keep it to myself. So
we'll see the
this is what we
surprise.
have now.
Yeah, we'll have the surprise here. But from here, really, I'm just being curious. So then what next? They will now walk, because there's an advanced team, and we are not seeing communication between the advanced team and those rappelling from the chopper at the moment. How are they communicating with each other?
I believe, normally this is planned way back in our bases. That maybe at so and so time this group will go. So and so time you go, and the rappelling team would have to rappel onto the ground and secure the ground before those coming to do their actual rescue would come. So another team will come. But I'm sure for the sake of time, we might not show everything. And the fact that we see them rappelling so easily doesn't make it easy at all. It can be very, very intimidating. Even the aircraft alone, the air blowing around it, can create a lot of challenge. So this required training. And this person is coming out with a dog. This is a trained dog for such exercises or operations.
And the dog is aware of this. So the dog has trained, and this is not the first time the dog is going through such an exercise.
No, this is not the first time.
Okay. And the dog is trained to know all the other persons, all the other men and women in the battalion?
No, not necessarily. Yes. But the dog trainer gives it instructions and it obeys.
Right.
No, dogs are very sensitive pets. If only you have time and you train them, you can use them for so many things. And these are specially trained military dogs for operations.
We've seen quite a few since we arrived at the venue yesterday. Very strong looking dogs with huge muscles, with the ability to push down a man if you're not careful. We've seen a few of them here, and it's exciting to know that the Ghana Armed Forces is that well prepared in terms of yes.
So in reality, this team will go and help those on the ground to secure wherever. So this team will drop off and walk to close to the location of the incident and secure the place and be ready to fire back or return fire if the enemy should try to fire on them. Sometimes, or maybe when the person is running off, the dog can be directed to go and then arrest it. Yeah. This is the fast roping. This one, they do it much faster than the rappelling. And this one normally is closer to the site. So before this team comes, the rappelling team should have been in position. You see, they're so quick. And that's the commanding officer of the unit. It's thicker. But like I said, for the sake of time, a lot of things have been left out. Yes. Because there will be the need to exchange fire and all that. It will not be done. So please, those of you who are expecting it, sorry.
There will not be exchange of gunfire here. Okay, so they have rappelled from the chopper, and then the second one, the
fast roping.
The fast roping.
Yes, they have also come down, and they are coming to actually rescue the person who has been kidnapped.
Right. This is actually the first time we are seeing this as part of the parade at any Independence Day. This is an innovation, and it is new. It's novel and exciting to watch. For those of us who rarely come close to military and their actions, this presents us with a very exciting picture.
Okay, so this is the Special Forces of the Ghana Armed Forces. We have personnel from the Ghana Army, and we also have personnel from the Ghana Navy. the Navy Special Forces is known as the Special Boat Squadron. And the members of the rappelling team, the first crew, were Flight Lieutenant Dominic Ajokache, Flight Lieutenant Daniel Foley, Flight Lieutenant Samuel Nyako Mensah, Flight Lieutenant Patrick Opoku Buachi, and Warrant Officer Class 1 Mafo Osei Halifax, as well as Warrant Officer Class 1 Richard Mensah. And those who came through the pilot for the fast roping are Squadron Leader Evans Kwabna Opoku, Squadron Leader Benjamin Ochre, and Flight Lieutenant Abdul Nasser Salia, with Sergeant Tebi Kenneth, and Sergeant Kina Stephen, and Corporal Aticho Charles. And so the dog has helped them to arrest whoever is fomenting the trouble. So they just to inform the public that if there's something that needs special forces to go and undertake the operation, they would go and do it. So now they are searching the criminal to be sure he has nothing on him.
The crowd of people here at the Baba Yara Stadium observing as the Ghana Armed Forces, I should say, show us what stuff they're made of and how prepared they are to protect the territorial integrity of the Republic of Ghana. We've come a long way, 63 years of independence, 63 years of so much to celebrate and so much to look forward to. The president now taking his seat. So the special forces are now marching off. Assignment has been done.
Yes, accomplished.
Accomplished, yes. And their tax is done, and they will now go home, if you like.
Yes.
They've been dismissed.
Yes, they sought permission.
It's in the military that dismissal means something different from the rest. When you are dismissed, I've heard that in the military, that means go home. In other circles, when you are dismissed, it means don't come back here ever again.
It has different meanings at different times. So if you're on parade and they said turn to your right, dismiss, it means turn to your right, you have closed whatever we are doing.
Go home.
But you can also be dismissed from the armed forces. So it can be used in the connotation that you know as well.
Thank you so much, the Vice President of the Republic. Again, at the risk of sounding repetitive, the Baba Yara Sports Stadium is filled to capacity. 40,000 plus people are here. We have thousands more around the vicinity of the stadium. Every parking space, every sitting space has been occupied, to the extent that the police have made a public appeal to people not to leave their homes for the stadium, and that they should stay at home, because even if you come, you will not be able to get a chance to come inside the stadium. Now we see the mass band again.
Yes, and the mass band will be trooping, after which the contingents, the Ghana Armed Forces and the other security services will now march back onto the parade. You know, the mass band is part of the parade, and because it will not have time to march past like the other contingent, it normally troops, and the aim of the trooping is to display. So I'm sure with time we'll see what they have for us.
So this is the mass band. And the mass band is made up of various bands from the various wings of the Ghana Armed Forces.
Yes, we have the Armed Forces Central Band, we have the Army Band, we have the Navy Band, the Air Force Band, and the Police Band.
And,
so they always come together during...
And on this occasion, who then leads the band? Is it the Army, the Navy, the police, or who leads the band? On
Normally the most senior, and in this person is the band officer. In this instance is the band officer, and it's the person of Naval Lieutenant Stanley Theophilus Brock. And he's assisted by Lieutenant Emmanuel Eric Yabua, Lieutenant Foster Opoku Jan, and Assistant Superintendent of Police Felix Ofe Osei Maabua. So the leader is the band officer. Yes.
And in the military, you also have band masters.
He is the band officer. So these are drum majors. We have the band. The band masters normally are behind the band. So those marching now with the maize are the drum majors, and they display with the maize. And then we have the band masters. They are normally behind the band as they march. So maybe when they come around, so these are drum majors. And they are led by the senior most drum major, who is in the person of Chief Petty Officer Class 1. Sorry. Chief Petty Officer Class 1, Tay Aite James. He is the most senior drum major. So we have the drum major from the Army, Staff Sergeant Abeka Edward, and Staff Sergeant Kweku Emmanuel. We have the drum major for the Navy, Leading Seaman Sani Taju Emmanuel, and Flight Sergeant Blackson Ebenezer from the Air Force. And they are all drum majors. A while ago, the band had displayed a stool, and we know the significance of stool in the Ghanaian culture. Stool is a mark of authority and royalty. In Asante Kingdom, we are aware of the golden stool, and as a nation, we have the presidential stool. And so the band a while ago demonstrated stool. They displayed the stool.
So they are not just marching, but they are marching to communicate. They are marching to send different messages at different times. And a short while ago, Commander just indicated that the ship we saw was that of S2. And there's the Asantehene himself who occupies S2. And we know the significance of S2 in the Ashanti Kingdom. The S2 actually reflects the spirit of Ashanti.
That is true. All chiefs have a storeroom where stools of the past chiefs are kept, and you have to do your work very well and with distinction before your stool will be preserved. Otherwise, it will be left white and it will not be blackened. The blackened stools are the most prestigious of all the stools. So this is a trophy for every chief who lives honorably.
All right, so it wasn't by accident that we saw the military do that for us, especially as we are in the Ashanti region.
And so that was the drum majors displaying with their maize. And that is a mark of authority as far as they are also concerned. And that is the most senior drum major, Chief Petty Officer Aite. And let me quickly add that the band masters, we have Chief Petty Officer Class 1 Quist Love from the Ghana Navy. We also have Warrant Officer Class 1 Dale Leonidas from the Ghana Armed Forces Central Band. Warrant Officer Class 1 Anani George from the Army Band, and that is the band officer, Lieutenant Brock. We also have Chief Petty Officer Class 1, Boachi Emmanuel from the Ghana Navy. And the Ghana Air Force, we have Warrant Officer Class 2, Mayedeng John. And the police, we have Inspector Boateng Nicholas. The band has put up another display, and this time it is unity. Unity. In unity is strength, and as a people we need to work together as one.
Currently you are seeing the crowd of people, and there's the Vice President and his wife waving the flag of Ghana. But the band has formed a shape signifying unity at this point in time. The unity of Ghana as exemplified by the attendance here, as exemplified by the pictures you're seeing on your screens at the moment. People from different backgrounds, culturally, religiously, ethnically, social status-wise, everyone is here, and the purpose is Ghana. The love of Ghana, 63rd anniversary of Ghana's independence it is.
Let me quickly add that the drum majors for the police are Sergeant Ada Daniel and Corporal Ampoma Matilda.
And that was the police band. We will now have the march pass by the other security agencies. The band having displayed what they are made of and having sent out messages both verbally through their songs and also through the shapes they made whilst marching. Very significant messages there. Soon we'll find the other troops join them as they march past and pay respect to the Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, His Excellency President Kufu-Addo. That will be done very shortly.
Yes, so the mass band will move to take its proper position so that it can allow the other contingents to march on parade. And so that's what they are doing now. They are moving to the rear of the parade so that the other contingents can come and march past.
So the other contingents will come and march past. But again, Silicon, I just want us to go back to the numbers. We saw a very huge crowd in Tamale. And it looks like we've stepped it even higher, up even higher, as we see here in Kumasi that the 40,000 capacity stadium has been filled up to capacity, and that even the parking spaces outside the stadium have all been taken up, and then also all those who are selling and people walking around. The place is so filled up that there are no spaces. I know you love crowds. What is the kind of crowd you expected? This is beautiful, Selikin. The other contingents now taking their turns to march. about to take their turns to match the other contingents. And a while ago, I just saw a picture. I wish that we had stayed on it a while longer, where I saw a man wearing smock, another wearing kente, and right beside the one wearing kente was a man in agbada. 3 different cultures in one picture. Pictures speak much louder than words. Ashanti region is home to a variety of people. The Ashanti trace their history, and you find that they have interacted with many people from different backgrounds. You agree with me?
Yeah, very much. We have the city of Kumasi and towns inserted in the city. So we have the Angloga, which is bigger than Angloga in Volta region. In Kumasi, we have Fanti New Town, which is also bigger in terms of size compared to Mankesim in the central region. We have Dagomba town, we have the Mosizongo, we have all these people, and not just that, they have their chiefs who have position in the chieftaincy system in the Ashanti kingdom, so that the Angloga chief is within the Jasi division, and then we have the Fanti chief on the right wing chief, that is Nifa division. So we have all these people and their positions within the kingdom, so that they don't find themselves wanting. Everybody is seen as an Ashanti. The Ashanti is not the language. It is everybody who lives here.
Wow, interesting. I knew about the Gomba line. I know about Angloga in Kumasi. I know about the Zongo and so on. But it's interesting to find out that these groups of people actually have seats in the Ashanti kingdom and the structure of the chieftaincy in Ashanti.
So they don't see themselves as strangers. They all belong to it, and they have their chiefs who move closer to the king more than even an ordinary Ashanti would move closer to the king.
The contingents have just started marching at the moment. These are men from the Ghana Army, I believe.
Yes, that's the Ghana Army now. Then we have the Ghana Navy.
And this is slow march.
Yes.
So at what point do you do slow march? And when does the slow march translate into a quick march? We've seen that a number of times, Commander Veronica. The last time we saw they started slow march, and before we knew it, the tune had changed and the steps had changed. They had started moving very quickly. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, we have different types of steps. We have the slow march, we have the quick march, and we even have some which is much faster than the quick march. Those ones are normally used within our training institution. I believe we just start slowly and we warm up to the quick march. So there's no specific time to say this is the time for you to do slow march and that time you do quick march. On every parade, we try to display both, that we can walk slowly, we can walk majestically, and we can also walk very quickly when the need arises. So every parade, we try to have these two, slow and a quick time. And so now the contingent are first marching onto the stadium, after which only the Ghana Armed Forces will march past in slow time, and then the others will join in the quick time. And that's a color party in our shot a while ago. And colors are very, very important in the military. Colors have a long-standing history where men tied either their cloth or a piece of material on a pole to depict their location. And as militaries were formed, colors started evolving. And so on the battlefield, you always had your colors at a particular location, such that in the noise of the battle, it is raised aloft, so that wherever you are, you can see it. Even as you fight, you make the effort to get to where your colors are. And once the colors were taken over by the enemy, you lost the battle, and you became prisoners of war or slaves. And so colors have been protected since time immemorial. And that's a parade commander.
So now let's listen to the parade commander.
Captain Edu Jemfi. It is only the armed forces that will march past in slow time, and when they are done, the other security services will join them to march past in quick time. And that's the Ghana Air Force. And the gentleman on the horse in the white is the parade adjutant, Lieutenant Commander Jabbar Bentel. And the lead officer is the parade commander, Group Captain Edu Jemfi. That was compliment paid to Mr. President. And anytime the parade is marching and gets to the days, Mr. President is expected to stand and take all the compliments before he takes his seat.
Richard, and Sergeant Soa Benjamin. The number 4 escort contingent is the Navy female contingent, commanded by Naval Lieutenant Selina Bia. The supernumeraries are Sub-Lieutenant Jennifer Abwaje and Sub-Lieutenant Christabel Enima Echampong. The contingent sergeant major is Petty Officer Class 2 Aliga Nokbe Regina. The number 5 contingent is an Air Force male contingent commanded by Flight Lieutenant Emmanuel Kelly. The supernumeraries are Flying Officer Richmond Abutiate and Flying Officer Anderson Don Komangma. The contingent's non-commissioned officer supernumerary is 1 Officer Class 2 Kunuma Raymond. The number 6 escort contingent is the Ghana Air Force female contingent, commanded by Flight Lieutenant Precious Say. Her supernumeraries are Flying Officer Benedict Anna, a chair boy, and Flying Officer Hamdallah Al-Hassan. The non-commissioned officer supernumerary is Flight Sergeant Asad Reza.
Set! Left! Wheel! Left!
Following the 6th contingent is the Praise Second in Command, Lieutenant Colonel Kwesi Ware Pepra. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Ghana Armed Forces contingents and the contingents from the other security services will march past in quick time. distinguished guests, approaching the dais now is the #1 contingent, the Army Male Contingent from the Southern Command of the Ghana Army. The motto of the command is Kulum Shiri, ready and willing. Kulum Shiri, ready to fight. Kulum Shiri, shield the nation. #2 contingent is the Army all-female contingent, drawn from the Support Services Brigade Group. Their motto is press on, and the response is regardless. The #3 contingent is the Ghana Navy male contingent, drawn from the Western Naval Command in 2nd D. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I request all to rise anytime the colors move past your location. An important feature of every military parade is the custom of carrying colors. And today we have 4 colors on parade: the Ghana National Color, the Ghana Army Color, the Ghana Navy Ensign, and the Ghana Air Force Color. The #4 contingent is a Navy all-female contingent drawn from the Eastern Naval Command in Tema. #5 contingent is an Air Force male contingent drawn from the Air Force Base Accra, Air Force Base Takrade, Air Force Base Tamale, and the Air Force Headquarters in Accra. The #6 Escorts contingent is the Ghana Air Force female contingent. Personnel are drawn from the Air Force Base Accra, Air Force Base Takrade, Air Force Base Tamale, and the Air Force Headquarters in Accra. The next 4 contingents are drawn from the Ghana Police Service. #7 contingent is commanded by Deputy Superintendent of Police, Kodo Kofi Roberts. The supernumerary is Assistant Superintendent of Police, Stephen Kobna Abrabi, and ASP Richard Nate. The contingent Sergeant Major is General Sergeant Ebenezer Tete. The #8 contingent is commanded by DSP Mary Esikumsin, with ASP Sunrise Adika and ASP Rose Ajo Aliga as supernumeraries. The contingent Sergeant Major is Policewoman Sergeant Ernestina Amponsa. The 9th contingent of the Ghana Police is commanded by DSP Baba Francis Kofi. The supernumeraries are ASP Roxin Jesse and ASP Kwame Teku. The contingent Sergeant Major is General Sergeant Ankuma Prince. The 10th contingent is the last of the police contingent and is commanded by DSP Theodora Imperiwa. The supernumeraries are ASP Estanate and ASP Opon Asante Doris. The contingent Sergeant Major is Policewoman Sergeant Sheila Ej. The next 2 contingents are made up of personnel from the Ghana Prison Service. The 11th contingent is commanded by Deputy Superintendent of Prisons, Houston Nana Ado. The supernumeraries are Assistant Superintendent of Prisons, Andy Mreku Asante, and ASP Roger Esiedu. The contingent Sergeant Major is Sergeant David John. The 12th contingent is the Prisons Female Contingent, commanded by DSP Vera Jekyll. The supernumeraries are ASP Wehelmina Tego and ASP Karen Obain. The contingent Sergeant Major is Sergeant Emilia Echampo. Contingents 13 and 14 are made up by fire officers. The male contingent is commanded by Assistant Divisional Officer Grade 2 Wilfred Odunya. The supernumeraries are ADO Grade 2 Ado Opoku Bernard and ADO Grade 2 Enoch Adonu. The contingent Sergeant Major is Assistant Station Officer Anan Ni Otu Solomon. The female contingent is commanded by ADO Grade 2 Abdul Fanta. The supernumeraries are ADO Grade 2 Ajwa Chumesiwa Hughes. ADO Grade 2 Jejiri Paulina. The contingent Sergeant Major is Assistant Group Officer Apusasa Irene. The next contingents are from the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority. Assistant Revenue Officer Eugene Minka Asenso is the contingent commander. The supernumerary ARO Edwin Nipetete and ARO Dixon Banokodria. Contingent Sergeant Major is Junior Revenue Assistant Grade 1 Eugene Echampo. The female contingent is commanded by ARO AC Poche. Her supernumerary ARO Patricia Ahonu and ARO Athia Kesewa. Contingent Sergeant Major is Junior Revenue Assistant Grade 1 Emilia Fosua. The next contingents are drawn from the Ghana Immigration Service. The male contingent is commanded by Deputy Superintendent of Immigration Kennedy Timza. The supernumerary Assistant Superintendent of Immigration Al-Hassan Rashid and ASI Isaka Ibrahim. Contingent Sergeant Major is Inspector AJ David. The female contingent is commanded by DSI Sandro Nana Esi. The supernumerary ASI Jato Esther and ASI Frederica Holman. The contingent Sergeant Major is Assistant Inspector Evelyn Ampa. The last two contingents are from the National Ambulance Service. The male contingent is commanded by Advanced Emergency Medical Technician Chumesi Alexander. The supernumeraries are Principal Emergency Medical Technician Owusu Oscar and Principal Emergency Medical Technician Frimpong Reginald. Contingent Sergeant Major is Senior Emergency Medical Technician Abubakari Abdul. The female contingent is commanded by EMT Al-Hassan Nadia. Supernumeraries are PMT Karim Latifa and PMT Sewa Alice. The contingent Sergeant Major is CMT Boatin Adwa Jumo.
And Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we shall have a choral performance by the SDA Senior High School Bekwai.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, I want you to watch this splendid display by the contingent King. The contingents have used their rifles to ride our games. And indeed, the theme for today's 63rd Independence Parade is consolidating our gains. The theme celebrates the successes struck by the nation after 63 years of independence. It also takes a retrospective look at her challenges within the context of Ghana's development agenda over the years. Ghana will continue to become the beacon of hope while we remain peaceful and also protecting her enviable record of being one of the most peaceful countries in Africa.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we shall now rise as the choir sings the anniversary anthem. And the choir to perform that is SDA Senior High School, the choir. Shall we please rise? As we sing the anniversary anthem, Ma Omayu Ehiao.
Together we shall build, be by the people. We are marching on in unity. We are marching on to victory. Together we shall build, be by the people. We are marching on in unity. We are marching on to victory. Together we shall build, be by the people.
Please wave your Ghana flag. Mama, Thank you very much, SDA Senior High School. Shall we please be seated? And the choral trainers were Nana Ado Kwantin Amua, Pastor Uriah Osei Mensa, and Esio Nkwabin David. This was done under the coordination of Mr. Opoku Ajiman, the Ashanti Regional Cultural Coordinator, and Mr. Anania Fakwa, the headmaster of the school. Thank you so much, SDA Senior High School, Bekwai.
Distinguished guests, next we shall witness a display of some equipment by the Ghana Armed Forces, the Ghana Police Service, the Ghana National Fire Service, and the National Ambulance Service.
By the Ghana Armed Forces and other security agencies. You tell us, so the equipment display, we also have the Ghana Police Service, the Ghana National Fire Service, and the Ghana National Ambulance Service all coming together to display their equipment. Of course, we know that in recent times, the Ghana Ambulance Service was giving over 300 ambulances. I'm sure they'll be displaying some of them, but what else are we looking forward to seeing, and in what order is it going to take place?
Right. The first to display the equipment will be coming from the 64 Regiment, and they will be coming with the quad bikes and snipers, and that team is led by Captain Anwar Sadat Adams. And then after that we'll have the Hunter vehicles, and these vehicles also operate in very rugged situations and defies all difficult and rough terrain. Then following the Hunter vehicles, we'll have the anti-aircraft guns and multi-rocket launchers. After which the signal will come. The signal is a radio control improvised explosive device jammer on their vehicle. So it's a host of them. So I'd rather we look at it and enjoy
but
ourselves.
I asked you to explain because usually the security agencies keep information to themselves and tell you that for security reasons. Why is it that the security agencies do not mind displaying what they have to the rest of the public, when indeed they have been telling us that we don't tell you everything in security? Some of the things they keep to themselves.
Exactly. And what we are displaying is not everything. We are displaying the ones we can easily display without any challenges. So these vehicles, I'm sure you see them in town from time to time. So these are not things that the general public does not have to know. So we know what to bring out and what to keep in. So these ones, it's just for you to know that these are some of the equipment we work with, and they do not really have any challenge. They do not have any challenge.
And what sort of impact do you hope to make on the public when you come out to display some of these things to them?
Yeah, okay. Some of this equipment can operate in very rugged terrain. So somebody will ask you, something has happened overseas. How do you get there? If we go with an aircraft, eventually we'll have to get down into a vehicle. So some of these vehicles are to tell you the environment in which they operate, and to assure you that irrespective of where you are located, we have variety of vehicles that can reach your location. We also have different weapons for different purposes, which I will not explain anyway. So that is basically just to give you that assurance that we are there to ensure our total safety and security.
Ghana Armed Forces, the Ghana Police Service, the Ghana Fire Service, the Ambulance Service of Ghana, and other security agencies will all in a very short while display to the President some of the equipment they have. And by displaying to the President, of course, by extension, they would be displaying to the rest of us here in the country, just to reassure us that they are up to the task, they are alive and awake, and anytime they are called upon to protect us, they will be there to do so on our behalf.
The leading vehicles are the Cobra 1 Recce and Surveillance vehicles. They have adopted design formation. We are equipped with gunshot detection system designed to detect, locate, and provide feedback fire.
Like Commander Angie was saying, and we have no fears at all.
The 2 Victor. The next vehicle is a program to unlock personnel careers. They have adopted the force formation. They are also used to support assault troops in conducting special operations such as raid and counter-terrorism. They are commanded by Second Lieutenant Kevin Lassie. The command officer is one contact class 1 to receive handshake. At the rear of that formation is the Raptor combat vehicle. They are equipped with the 19mm quick firing gun. They have also adopted the Line 1 formation. They are under the command of Second Lieutenant Jonah Frempa. They have Troop 1 contact is one contact class 1 anchor.
So that's a display of equipment by the Ghana Armed Forces, the Ghana Police Service, and also the Ghana Ambulance Service, the Ghana Fire Service, and all the other security agencies. Commander, you are the military officer here with us. You may want to explain to us what we are seeing for purposes of educating our viewers.
Okay, so the shot currently in our view is from the 66 artillery. But from this angle, the vehicles, the 4 vehicles in front are from the Armor Regiment, the 153 Armor Regiment in Accra. Those are the 4 vehicles we are seeing. And then directly behind them, we have the 66 Artillery Regiment. They perform different duties, but I'm not sure I would want to go into the nitty-gritty of their roles.
Yes, we do understand that, but so the president has been on his feet most part of the day since he arrived here, and he's still doing so. Remember that this is the 63rd Independence Anniversary Parade, but it is the first time it has been brought, the national celebration has been brought to the Ashanti region, and specifically to the capital, Kumasi. And it's the second time ever in the history of the Republic of Ghana for the event to have been moved outside of the capital, Accra. The first time was in Tamale, the northern regional capital. Here we see a display of some military equipment. Indeed, this is obviously from the Navy. This is the Ghana Navy. I know this too.
Yes, so that was the Ghana Navy, and that's the port security patrol boats. And these boats are rigid-hulled, inflatable boats used by the Navy for operations at sea and for diving operations.
Definitely, the Ghana Navy could not have brought its ships here, and so you brought a boat to show to Ghanaians. Yes. But there's a lot more that the Ghana Navy can boast of than what is being displayed here.
Yes, and that is the police now. Those riders are from the police dispatch. No, this is from the Ghana Police Service.
The Ghana Police Service.
This is from the Ghana Police Service.
Currently displaying. And these are the dispatch riders in front of the other vehicles, and the dispatch riders, as the name suggests, dispatch officials in a very quick manner, where when officials need the way to be cleared for them in order to attend to events and emergencies in good time. Not just officials, but in emergency situations, these are the men who make the way clear for the experts to be able to arrive there on time.
And these are some of the riot control vehicles by the Ghana Police.
Ghana Police Service displaying the equipment to the Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. And there we have the Ghana Fire Service. fire service were also restocked not too long ago. They have still been appealing for more. It's just like all of the security agencies, including the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force as well. You've been calling for more equipment to stock your what you already have, haven't you?
Also, from the Ghana National Fire Service, you see the ambulances. Not too long ago, Abdul, the ambulances became a subject of a national conversation.
Of course, the ambulances were a source of national conversation, especially when many Ghanaians could not. Yeah, and that is the physical trainers once again.
Yes, physical training instructors from the Ghana Armed Forces.
We earlier saw them display on the field, and now they are displaying some of their equipment. This looks more like a mobile gym, if you ask me.
It's amazing to see a human being just rotating with that vehicle continuously. And this is going to go on throughout. Wonderful.
Please don't try this at home.
Not at all. Not with your friends or your brothers and sisters.
Logs. Those doing the sit-ups.
Yeah.
You see, they are carrying logs.
They're carrying logs.
Yes.
On a moving vehicle.
Yes. Maybe when you sit and you want to do normal sit-ups, it's difficult. And you are carrying logs on the move. Okay, so. Yes, and that is what we are pressing.
This is really a display of physical fortitude, not just mental fortitude.
The 63rd Independence Anniversary Parade here at the Baba Yara Sports Stadium, and the scenes here, those that cannot be brought to you on camera, are even more exciting than the ones we see on camera, because the activities taking place outside of the premises of the stadium. It's amazing. We'll be bringing you that once the official ceremony is over, and GBC News will bring you all the scenes that could not be brought to you here. So you stick with GBC as we bring you even the minutest detail of the event here this afternoon. It started in the morning at about 9:30 when the president arrived. And so far, it has been exciting. We've seen school children, students, we've seen teachers participate in this. But beyond that, we've seen different cultural groups also represent here. We've seen the different regions, more especially the new regions that were created a little over a year ago. They all came to Kumasi to showcase what it is that their regions have to offer to the rest of Ghana. So we saw the Bono region, the Bono East region, we saw the Savannah region as well as the Northeast region. They each had representation here. It's been an exciting scene. And then of course the security agencies have been phenomenal so far today. And currently we're seeing the display of equipment.
Yes, personnel have gone to pick their weapons. You remember they displayed our gains.
Yes.
They've gone to pick their weapons, and any moment from now they will advance in review order, simply meaning they will get closer to Mr. President to listen to his speech.
What is this right now is that because of the parade?
That is it. That's the review order.
Another one. And whenever things like this happen, without prompting, you see the crowd go gay with happiness, and they clap, without prompting.
Exactly.
And that's what we just saw there. So this is the marching in review order.
Yes,
it's been done.
Advancing in review order.
So they get closer to the commander-in-chief.
Yeah, so now they are paying compliments. And as they are having as they present arms, we are having the 21 gun salute. It's a kind of compliment. It's a kind of literally saying greeting to the president.
Let's hear the 21 gun salute.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't expect. We haven't seen this. We've seen after the 21 gun salute, then the 3 choppers just flew past. This again talks about precision, timing, and then there's nothing like Ghanaman time. Time is time, and we have just been shown, because if they had missed it by even a second, the beauty would have vanished.
So we watched 3 things together. They had presented arms whilst we're playing the national anthem. We had the 21 gun salute, and simultaneously we had the aircraft flying past.
And all this happened almost at the same time.
Yes.
And so timing is of the essence.
Exactly. And rehearsal, to be sure that everything is on point.
And that means that in the life of the ordinary man, practice shouldn't be taken for granted.
And timing, the Ghana time is high time we got over it and did things on time.
Commander Edu Jemfi now. Parade Commander Edu Jemfi has been speaking with the president. The parade commander approached the president a while ago, said a few words. I'm sure he's retained. Right! Okay. Stand! East! Stand easy!
May I respectfully invite the special guest of honor for this year's independence anniversary, the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, His Excellency, Honorable Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, to give his address.
Who is the special guest of honor, has been invited to give his address, and he has started.
Ranka Akufo-Addo and Mrs. Rebecca Addo, Akufo-Addo. Your Excellencies, Alhaji Dr. Mahadu Bawumia, Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, and Mrs. Hajia Samira Bawumia, Your Royal Majesty, Otumfo Osei Tutu II and Lady Sophia, Lady Julia, the Speaker of the Parliament, the Right Honorable Professor Era.
Babin is the best show.
Government officials, Honorable Minister of State, Chiefs and Queen Mothers, distinguished invited guests, friends of the media, ladies and gentlemen, It gives me great pleasure to bring to you, the government and people of the Republic of Ghana, the best wishes of the government and people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and to join with you here in Kumasi to celebrate the 6th independence of the Republic of Ghana. I am particularly pleased to be here in Ghana following the success of the year of return in 2019, through which Ghana extended a hand of welcome to all descendants of Africans who were captured and transported to the Americas beginning in 1619 with the arrival of the first enslaved Africans in Jamestown, Virginia, in what would become the United States of America. We in Trinidad and Tobago recognize our ancestral and historical ties to Ghana and other countries of the African continent. The archival records of Trinidad and Tobago show that in 1813, the census of Trinidad, in which enslaved Africans on the island were registered by region of origin and ethnicity, there were persons in Trinidad of ethnic groups drawn from the land of West Africa, from the modern countries of Senegal in the north to Angola in the south, including the Fanti and Akwan ethnic groups from the then Gold Coast. Trinidad and Tobago has therefore always had an African identity. It should be no surprise then that nationals of Trinidad and Tobago had a significant role to play in the 20th century in the development of Pan-African thought and action, starting from the organization of the first Pan-African Conference in London in July 1900 by Henry Sylvester Williams, the Trinidadian barrister, and continuing through the seminal roles played by C.L.R. James and George Padmore in the development of Pan-Africanism. The roles played by C.L.R. James and George Padmore in the development of the political philosophy of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, the first Prime Minister and President of Ghana, is well documented, with Padmore, a renowned Pan-Africanist, friend and advisor of Dr. Nkrumah. He provided able counsel and support for the establishment of an independent Ghana. It is reported that at the opening of the George Padmore Research Library on African Affairs in Accra on the 30th of June 1961, President Nkrumah ranked Padmore as one of the greatest architects of the African liberation movement dedicated to African union and unity. The attainment of your independence in 1957 under the leadership of Dr. Nkrumah was therefore cause for celebration, not only in Ghana, but also among the nations of the world, which at that time were still struggling to free themselves from colonial rule. Through the formal establishment of relations between the independent countries of Trinidad and Tobago and Ghana, that will take place for 10 years later in 1967, the success of Ghana's independence struggle provided an example of what was possible to those colonies yet to follow in Ghana's footsteps. This close relationship put forward by the United Kingdom and the United States was a resolution which was sponsored by the UK and seconded by Ghana when Trinidad and Tobago was admitted to the United Nations. Over the 53 years of diplomatic relations between our countries, we have pursued shared interests in our bilateral relations and in regional and international fora including the African, Caribbean, and Pacific group of states. I wish to draw to your attention specifically the two areas of cooperation, agriculture and energy, which build on a history of collaboration between our two countries. The importance of agriculture in the development of a country cannot be overstated, as it provides the most basic and essential form of security for society. This food security also has the potential to translate into income security, as it provides means of sustenance and income for many of our people. Both Trinidad and Tobago and Ghana are producers of cocoa, and cooperation in this area between our countries dates back to our colonial past. The Cocoa Research Unit and the scheme of 1930 at the Imperial College of Tropical Agriculture at St. Augustine in Trinidad and Tobago was financed jointly by several governments, including the government of Ghana. Ghana hosted the first roundtable on sustainable cocoa economy in October 2007, followed by Trinidad and Tobago in March 2009. Both our countries are also states parties to the International Cocoa Agreement of 2001. Trinidad and Tobago has an interest in furthering collaboration with Ghana in developing our cocoa sectors through establishing linkages between our respective cocoa management authorities. Exchanges in expertise and technology, sharing of genetic material, training, joint venture projects, cocoa tourism, and the processing of cocoa into finished products along the cocoa value chain are all matters of interest between our both countries. With respect to energy, Trinidad and Tobago has been involved in the petroleum sector for over 100 years, undertaking considerable oil and gas exploration on land and in shallow water. As the largest oil and natural gas producer in the Caribbean, Trinidad and Tobago's hydrocarbon sector moved from an oil one to mostly natural gas based in the early 1990s. In January 2007, the then Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, the late Patrick Manning, announced the establishment of an African Energy Initiative at the 8th Ordinary Session of the African Union in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia. The objectives of this initiative for Trinidad and Tobago were to provide assistance to the countries of West, Central and South Africa in developing their energy sectors, to further the economic development and wealth of the selected states of the African Union by providing free technical expertise in an advisory capacity to assist them in monetizing their petroleum and natural gas resources. Also to assist Africa's achievement of the United Nations Millennium Development Goals. And thirdly, to enhance opportunities for South-South cooperation with selected states of the African Union. Additionally, there have been discussions between the Takoradi Technical University of Ghana and the University of Trinidad and Tobago, UTT, focused on exploring between the two universities the development of human resources and technical capabilities for Ghana's oil and gas industry. Trinidad and Tobago is ready and willing to assist in the development of this new area of economic activity in Ghana, and you will find in Trinidad and Tobago a ready partner through energy skills training and linkages between our tertiary institutions. These two areas, energy and agriculture, build on a history of collaboration between our two countries. It is for this reason that Trinidad and Tobago would wish to enter into arrangements with Ghana as soon as possible for the establishment of air services and transportation between our two countries. This would promote the movement of people and goods and improve the trade prospect between our countries. As I close, I recall that on the last occasion I had the privilege to visit Ghana in 2016. I took the opportunity to visit Elmina Castle, which was used as a facility for the holding and shipping of slaves from Africa to the Americas. This movement of persons from Africa into the Americas brought with it a deep reservoir of culture and traditions, which continue to enrich and sustain us for centuries after our arrival in that part of the world. Trinidad and Tobago, as the first country in the world to declare a national holiday to commemorate the abolition of slavery, pays homage to the contribution, resilience of those persons in its annual Emancipation Day celebration, which have been attended by former presidents of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Flight Lieutenant Jerry Rawlings and His Excellency John Agepum Kufuor. In the same way that Ghana has been present in Trinidad and Tobago as we celebrate our Emancipation Day, I am happy to return to Africa and to Ghana to celebrate your Independence Day with you. As we in Trinidad and Tobago celebrate with you today the 63rd Independence Day of the Republic of Ghana, I hold out to you the best wishes of the government and people of Trinidad and Tobago for peace, progress and prosperity of the government and people of the Republic of Ghana. Happy independence to the people of Ghana from the people of Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We shall have a poetry recital and drama appellation by the Garrison Basil School.
And Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the school to perform the drum appellation and poetry recital is Garrison Basil School from 4 Garrison Education Center, 4BN in the Kumasi Metropolis. The appellation was written by the head teacher, Mr. Isaac Osei-Kufo, and this is done to usher in very important personalities to rise and address their people. In this case, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, is respectfully invited to step forward to deliver his independence address to the nation.
Ghana ene osani kokro be pia ma Ghana my purio no ma nyina bochi abepie santima mu onyankopon Allah nyankopon se chi adama enu ama mfashe kesie edin mpenye ewo omayi mu na ama akehye nyina se obebo wanya bedu nufuta braba Ghana ma nyina no manoi onyame anoa ama aben ahia bi hu ye bo mrane ana so na efataw onua na ho brasere na butirenti wajina nkonson atutu mprenu ama atuduro sai na ne prensa so na awoto no ekumado ma bebre emodo ma pempem so e ma wona ho papa da na ho wono no wo bemem wo yo chiman de sekan etina kan yesunsun kuta te se kuta de ne wonyere wonsem na sunfiri wunsada wa tase obuoni ni die do boa te sesebi koko kracha wo boa ne krata no akwaja abase bo wa kwa foda ase wa onyame adumunim denti wasua mra guwidiem amanne emrani fonkare hunu wa o chaw prise egu kraku batia se kase agemrani apapa mu a yenya bio efise o fanye dade o fanye dua o faye nsuo o faye honhom nipa ne sebi abode pi nso unsio manse na mahamo itida wo odi chenya nsambonso amampani fufuro suro omuhunu se ho popoya okote omampani tujarampowe Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo Your Excellency, I don't want the state one factory. I don't want village one dam. I don't want constituency one ambulance papa bi. I'm a penny, hey, a teacher for, a nurse for, a new man who do, a kunia meeting in our down war. Ukra umudia muti sabrakosia. What Tima to send out for passage. Free SHS papa, money yo. Nana money yo what? Nana money yo. If we say Wamayana and Kayen Fata Young Gasabita Fracture, a nim near a cheer. Nanny does so be free woman. Aquachan Chama to say, Nankayan see a day near Gonza so Sukuni movie. And I was the age now, honey, and I was you, and I was the Yakoto, I say, near the other was say. What's your breath for? What my breath for? Go much you want. I could not afford him, couldn't know. Nasana, oh my could not afford Zago, Mano dear, Nanani, and is a moon, you what it. Nana Bata has a what you wish, yeah, Nananko do Beshakro, or true step on yeah, Nananko, but true step what it. Santimaura Santimaga continues, or two for say to Tosum you know. Your board day you bring Moise. Nana, get to Pobian what it, Madame Moise. Trade young. Set a corporate Sumba and oh, brief and tamper, my do sad. Young, you want them. My home in the soap. And then, then, so. You are yet. Wagan and feared you, Siam and Safa, who did. A name for a tea. Bro.
and the pupils were taken through rehearsals by Mr. Dapa Moses, Mr. Antonio Poku, and Mr. Ochu Eric, all teachers of Garrison Basic Schools, and this was done under careful supervision of Mrs. Joyce Afrenuama, Director for Cultural Education Programs, Ghana Education Service. May I respectfully invite the President to deliver his 63rd Independence Anniversary speech. Mr. President.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the climax of today's Independence Anniversary Parade, which is the anniversary speech by the Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. With a round of applause, join me welcome Mr. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo for the 63rd Independence Anniversary speech. Mr. President.
Eminent clergy, Your Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, our esteemed guest of honor and your spouse, First Lady, Vice President and Second Lady, the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Chief Justice and spouse, Chairperson and members of the Council of State, Your Excellency, the Second President of the Fourth Republic, former Second Lady, Otumfuo Asantehene, dignitaries of the Ghanaian and Trinidadian states, the Chief of Defense Staff of the Ghana Armed Forces, the Inspector General of the Police Force, commanders, officers, men, women of the security services, Nananum and traditional rulers, members of the diplomatic corps, fellow Ghanaians, ladies and gentlemen. It was 63 years ago today that our forefathers' dream of independence for our nation became a reality. Ghana became an independent nation and gained her freedom from the colonial power, Britain. The celebrated calypso singer of the time, Lord Kitchener, put it into what became a famous hit. This day will never be forgotten, the 6th of March, 1957, when the Gold Coast successfully got their independence officially. Ghana is the name. Ghana we wish to proclaim. We will be jolly, merry and gay the 6th of March, Independence Day. Today, as we mark this sacred day on our calendar, it is worth noting that the great majority of our population was born after 6th March 1957. They identified that day only through old black and white newsreels, and it might be difficult for them to imagine the sheer euphoria and magic of that day. Last year, for the first time, we took the official celebrations out of the national capital city of Accra to Tamale, capital of the northern region, and a huge success it was. This year, we are gathered here in Kumasi, capital of the Ashanti region, as the focal point of the official celebrations. The happiness of the day is not meant to be limited to the place of the official celebrations. This is a day that should be celebrated by all around the country and by all Ghanaians and friends of Ghana, wherever they are. Indeed, on that day of 6 March 1957, the celebrations were not limited to the new country, Ghana. or to Ghanaians alone. The rest of the world joined to celebrate with us. We were the trailblazers for the independence movement of the continent. We held out hope for restored dignity to the black race around the world. African Americans and the peoples of the Caribbean especially walked tall and cheered us on. It was not accidental that the Trinidadian, Lord Kitchener, composed the defining song of the event. We're carrying on that relationship, born 63 years ago, by having as our esteemed guest of honor at these celebrations the Prime Minister of the Government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, the Honorable Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, MP, one of the great figures of modern Caribbean politics, who has given us such a superb speech of commendation and encouragement. Prime Minister and Mrs. Sharon Clark Rowley and members of the Trinidadian delegation, we wish you a warm Ghanaian welcome, a big Akwaba, on your second visit to our country. And we know that you are at home and among your own in your beautiful kente cloths. It is a matter of great joy to us that last year we had such enthusiastic support for the year of return from the Caribbean and the Americas. The Prime Minister of Barbados, the Admirable Honorable Mia Motley QC MP, was also with us last year, and she accompanied me to Yendi to witness the historic performance of the age-old Damba Festival by a new Yana, the first in many, many years, to mark the end of decades of hostility in one of the ancient kingdoms of our land. Prime Minister, we are here in Kumasi in the presence of the Asantehene, Skion of the famous Osei Poku Oyoko royal dynasty, Otumfuo Osei Tutu II. There is one thing that any visitor here can be certain of. It is the cultural capital of our country. Kumasi welcomes people from all parts and makes them feel like they belong. It was also the capital of one of the greatest kingdoms of pre-colonial Africa, Asante, whose luster was comparable to that of the kingdoms of Benin, Oyo, Mali, Songhai, Congo, Mutapa, and Zulu. So we are indeed in historic premises and are grateful for the attendance of the mighty Asantehene and the other noble traditional rulers. Fellow Ghanaians, we remember today, as we should, those whose vision inspired the independence movement. We pay homage today, as we should, to those who dare to dream of this kaleidoscope nation made up of different peoples. And we give praise, as we should, to those who made huge sacrifices to make possible March 6, 1957. To the members of the Aborigines Rights Protection Society, who protected our lands from the grasp of the greedy imperialists. The members of the United Gold Coast Convention, who first sounded the clarion call for freedom. The members of the Convention People's Party, who brought the battle for freedom to a successful conclusion. And all those who took the fight to the colonialists. We recall with pride and salute the memories of Yasantua, Jacob Say, John Mensah Saba, Joseph Casey Hafer, George Moore, R.S. Wood, Thomas Hutton Mills, Kwabena Sechi, James Kwegyir Aggrey, Ni Kwabena Boni III, Ephraim Amu, George Alfred Grant, Joseph Boachi Dankwa, Francis Awono Williams, R.S. Blake, J.W. DeGraff Johnson, Emmanuel Obecha Bilanti, Edward Akufo-Addo, William Oforiatta, Ebenezer Akwaje, Kwame Nkrumah, Kwabena Kese, V.B. Annan, Jimmy Kwestase, Komla Agbeli Gbedema, Kojo Botsio, Kofi Bakon, Krobo Edusei, Nancy Tibo, Mumuni Bawumia, S.D. Domo, Kofi Abrefa Busia, Joe Apia, Victor Owusu, R.R. Amponsah, Bafo Seakoto, Modesto Apalu, S.G. Anton, Akua Shoshosho, and Dede Sikishan, and many others. Since we gained our independence, we've had difficulties and stumbled in the search to reach our potential. But Ghana has never lost her position as the inspirational leading light of the African continent. At 63, we know that we have squandered many opportunities that properly utilized would have brought us to the economic breakthrough to which we aspire. We lament, and rightly so, the infrastructure deficits that plague all sectors of our lives, and the considerable number of our people who still live in poverty. But if truth be told, we have solid reason to rejoice and be thankful to the Almighty, for this is a blessed nation. It is a good thing that we are usually so very hard on ourselves, and the critical voices sometimes drown out everything else. For as long as we have not achieved our economic goals, we cannot and should not relax and be complacent. However, we should learn to count our many blessings and not talk ourselves down unnecessarily. It surely must count for something that our nation has been spared the ravages of civil war that have racked some of our neighbors and other nations on the continent. It must count for something that we have been spared the epidemics that have brought havoc to other nations in our neighborhood. It certainly must count for something that we've been able to keep our terrorist activities from our country, and we can take for granted the peace and stability that define Ghana. Our politics might not always be the most edifying, but they are demanding and loud, and all citizens cherish the right to freedom of expression. We are into the 28th year of this Fourth Republic, the longest uninterrupted period of stable constitutional governance in our history. We've had regular, hard-fought elections and peaceful changes of administrations and managed to avoid any third-term maneuvers. That is something for which we should applaud ourselves. We should never forget the development through the democratic process, the path we have chosen in this Fourth Republic, is not exactly the easiest governance option. Many of the countries that have made miraculous economic transformations did so more often than not through authoritarian regimes. In earlier times, several of the developed economies built their successes on the back of slavery and work practices that would not be tolerated in any democracy today. Some may admire the results of razing down whole villages and new structures appearing in weeks. But we have to ask ourselves how much regimentation needed for such things would be tolerated by the Ghanaian psyche. Or dare I ask, where would we fit in our weekend funerals to be able to put in 7-day weeks? We should be proud of the liberal democratic path we are treading and unite to make it work. We could and should be able to bring out our people out of poverty and into prosperity faster. But let us acknowledge that good things are happening in our country and we are making progress. 19% of our people do not have access to potable water, but 81% of people in Ghana presently have access to safe water. We are making progress. The supply of electricity has reached 85% of the country. We are making progress. No child has died from measles in the past 17 years in Ghana. Fellow Ghanaians, in our country, measles used to be the leading killer of children aged under 5. We are making progress. No longer do mothers have to sell off their most treasured fabrics and jewelry, and fathers go to money lenders to be able to see their children through senior high school. Today, senior high school education is free for every child. We are making progress. There are more children in secondary school now, especially young girls, than we have ever had. We're changing the curricula and focus in education to meet the needs of the modern economy and prepare our young people to compete on the global scale. We are making progress. More and more people are embracing the need to preserve the beauty of our environment and the purity of our waters and oceans. We are making progress. Some 25 years ago, only a few wealthy people carried mobile telephones. It was a status symbol, and it gave them access to opportunities that few could dream of. In the year 2000, there were 90,000 mobile phone subscribers. In 2020, there are 41 million subscriptions. Mobile subscriber penetration is bigger than the population. We are making progress. The digital revolution is changing the face of our society and our country, and soon we will take a deserved place as a modern economy. We are making progress. The creative arts are thriving, and there are exciting things to interest a wide range of people. The fashion scene is vibrant and unearths new talent every day. Take a look around this stadium and feast your eyes on the riot of colors and the wide variety of styles that our kente weavers can conjure. Every day, this ancient, royal, eye-catching, beautiful fabric is reinvented to win over new generations. The kente, of course, has crossed over our boundaries and is no longer exclusively Ghanaian, but the symbol of identity for peoples of African descent everywhere. Our designers, tailors, and dressmakers keep Ghanaian-made clothes in the top range of attractive clothes. Art galleries are alive with established and new painters and sculptors, and there are signs of their innovative works all around us. We have always been known for musical talent, and this generation is keeping up the tradition. Fellow Ghanaians, there's renewed confidence in our foods and a strong belief in the things that define us as Ghanaians. We have always been known for arguments and debates, and in an election year, it is predictable that the decibel level would go up. That is what we're currently experiencing. But as the saying goes, even as the arguments get louder, we keep a keen lookout for each other's eyes. There is an Akan proverb that says, Omeniku, ye kwa, ye kikan wilso, ye ntuasiye. When we fight as members of a community or family, we bite off hair, we do not uproot it. In other words, in our gravest moments of fury, we strive to avoid bloodshed. The consensus is holding for all of us to work towards the prosperous, peaceful, and happy Ghana we want. We all recognize that the responsibility we carry as the first Saharan colonial country to gain independence is not simply to build a successful country. We owe it to the rest of the continent and the black race to demonstrate that indeed we can build and run a successful, prosperous, and happy country. This is a task we do not shirk and which all Ghanaians accept. Our Pan-African vision remains on course as we continue to be in the front line of the effort to forge a united Africa, and our peers have conferred and honored us with the duty to host the Secretariat of the African Continental Free Trade Area. We are making progress. During the course of the year of return, which we marked last year, we were glad to welcome hundreds of thousands of visitors from the African diaspora, and we're hoping that the renewed relationship between Ghanaians and our kith and kin from the Caribbean and the Americas will grow from strength to strength. The initiative of Beyond the Return is the vision of a black world on both sides of the Atlantic, which leverages hard work, enterprise, creativity, and innovation to engage in mutually beneficial trade and investment cooperation that will guarantee the prosperity and dignity of black people the world over. I must say something before I conclude about the subject that currently concerns the whole world, and that is the novel coronavirus outbreak. It is a medical crisis that is bringing in its wake deaths and economic difficulties, and is spreading fear and panic throughout the world. In the early days of the outbreak, I constituted on 7th February a high-powered emergency response team to handle the crisis, which has been monitoring developments and reporting to me on a daily basis. Strict checks at our entry points are being conducted with rigorous screening procedures. Isolation and treatment centers have been designated for potential cases, and a quarantine center has been set up. 5,000 personal protective equipments for health workers have been procured and distributed to all regions and major health facilities, points of entry, teaching hospitals, treatment centers, and selected health facilities. Additional protective health equipment is being procured. Training of health workers in the treatment of the disease is being provided and is ongoing. In the interim, non-essential travel into Ghana is being strongly discouraged from high-risk countries, namely China, Iran, Italy, Japan, and South Korea. We're counting on the experts to do their part to safeguard us. But we all have a responsibility to take measures to help ourselves and each other. The recommendations are for each one of us to practice basic personal hygiene and be extra careful with sanitation. For the time being, as the Ministry of Health has advised, we have to revisit our custom of shaking hands and stop doing so completely. And we must cover our mouths when we cough or sneeze. We should pray, of course, that the Almighty continues to shield us, but it is also the time to pay attention to the health experts and reject all fraudulent claims for cures that would only threaten public health and safety. Please listen to and take seriously the public education messages being put out by the public health authorities. And I urge the churches, mosques, traditional authorities, civil society organizations, and opinion leaders all to join in helping to keep Ghana safe. We appreciate the active collaboration being offered by us by the Global Health Authority, the World Health Organization, and by Friends of Ghana in these trying times. The government, on its part, is determined to do whatever is necessary, including providing the requisite resources to ensure the safety of the population. Fellow Ghanaians, we've been treated to a marvelous performance by school children and men and women from the military and the services. It took hours and weeks of practice to be able to put up such a flawless display, and I wish to congratulate them all. The lessons will not be lost on us. To you, the men and women of the military and the services, who put your lives on the line to keep us and the country safe, I say Ghana is deeply in your debt. To you, the children who have been part of the captivating ceremony, I say very well done, and prepare yourself to carry the torch into a greater and brighter future. I wish all Ghanaians and friends of Ghana across the globe a joyous 63rd Independence Anniversary. And once again, Prime Minister Rowley, thank you, your wife, and your delegation for coming from Trinidad to join us to share our special day. May God bless us all and our land Ghana and make her great and strong. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The Forces Sergeant Major Chief Warrant Officer Bakar Ramos is marching forward to lead the contingent to give 3 hearty cheers to the President of the Republic of Ghana and a powerful yell for Mother Ghana.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. May I please have your permission to hail the troops, Mr. President.
Will remove headdress. Remove!
Three hearty cheers to the President of the Republic of Ghana Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. Adopt the posture. Left foot. Pull together. Let's pull together. We shall pull together. Resume the posture. Left foot. Let's go together with one accord.
Ghana is the star of Africa.
Let's go together with one accord.
Ghana is the star of Africa.
Ghana, let's go.
We are the star.
Move it.
We are the star.
Ghana is the star
of Africa.
Ghana for Maniji. Maniaji. Maniaji. Special one for 247. And so by a boarding. And so by a boarding. And so by a boarding. What's the bracket that you want to say? Yes, what's the bracket that you want to say? Yes, President, over. May I please have your permission to follow, Mr. President? Yes, Mr. President.
Mr. President, parade over. May I have your permission to march off the colors and the remainder of the parade, Mr. President?
You are humbly requested to rise when the colors are passing your location, and all personnel in uniform are reminded to pay the appropriate compliments.
Sir, march of the colors. Parade. Present arms.
Shall we please rise and we'll remain standing for the national anthem.
National salute. Present. Arms. Stand.
We shall please remain standing and stay at our positions as the President and other dignitaries depart before we leave. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to remind all that the Ghana Armed Forces Open Day activities will be held at all garrisons on Saturday, 14th March 2020. The Ghana Armed Forces wishes to invite the general public, and particularly all school children, to be part of this day to get to know and learn more about the Ghana Armed Forces. Permit me to acknowledge the Formation Commander of the Fly Pass, Squadron Dadawe, and his crew, Flight Lieutenant Sabuaje and Flight Lieutenant Anan, for their splendid performance. If you want to have a feel of more of the Ghana Air Force, take note and visit the Air Force bases in Accra, Tamale, and Tapadi on Saturday, 14th March 2020.
And all GES staff are to take note. Students and GES staff, the Director General and Management of Ghana Education Service take this opportunity to congratulate teachers, students and students for their smart turnout at this year's Independence Parade. It is expected that teachers, pupils and students will take advantage of the weekend to rest and fully refresh themselves to resume academic work on Monday. Please note that Monday, 9th March 2020 is not a holiday. Signed by the Director General, Professor Christopher Mamangwa.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Departure formalities begin right away. All drivers of our VVIPs, please bring your cars through where you came. The President of the Republic is to depart first, followed by the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, and then the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana will follow, and then Asantehene Otumfuo Osei Tutu follows.
All school contingents have moved to Media Senior High School. All school contingents, the 13 school contingents have moved to Media Senior High School right now. Thank you.
And as we end this year's 63rd Independence Anniversary celebration, we want to show appreciation to the following companies and organizations that supported our anniversary this year: Guinness Ghana Limited, Star Life, Baltic Mineral Water, the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, Global Media Alliance, Verna Water, MTN, Casapreco Awake Water, Kesben, Utek FM, Ash FM, Angel FM, Planting for Food and Jobs, Out Make Sound, Wontumi Radio and TV, as well as the National Youth Authority. Departing now is the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, and First Lady Rebecca Akufo-Addo.
The Vice President is the next to depart, and then the President, the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, our special guest. All drivers of the VVIPs, please follow in that order as you came. All drivers of the VVIPs, please follow in the order you came. DJ Lalani Ocha.
For the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago is about to leave.
From Nigeria to Ghana.
Prepare them for it as we proceed with their coverage.
As we're going to see the security services contingent, some selected groups, including representatives of all the 16 regions. If you're updated, 16 regions now, and of course the Nation Builders Corps, forestation groups, and other banners. We are also going to see the march passed by the veterans as the Veterans Administration Ghana. We'll see a cultural display, gymnastics by the Ghana Armed Forces, physical training school.
It is important, Selikem, to talk about the Veterans Administration Ghana and the members. This is a group that was formed following the riots in 1948, the Crossroads shooting in 1948 that got 3 soldiers who had returned from the Second World War, who had gone there to fight. They returned, and the compensation that was due them was not given to them. And when they were going to the castle to demand for these compensations, 3 of them were killed on the spot. We are made to understand that a lot more of them died later from wounds they received on that occasion. We have Teacher Kantanka here. When the time permits us, we will allow Teacher to give us a bit of that history. She just talked about the fact that, and we'll be seeing them pretty shortly, the veterans who returned from from the war, 1948. Largely, it is believed that it was that single incident that sparked off the true attainment of independence and got Osadifo and J.B. Dankwa and everybody else who had a hand in Ghana's attainment of independence at the time to wake up and begin to actually push for the final shot to be given.
Yeah, that is very true. What happened after they had been shot, and 23 of them were also severely wounded, and this sparked general looting and misunderstanding everywhere. So this actually made the government of that day, that is the British government, understand that there is something heavier coming from the sky, so that they have to prepare. And this again made the civilians also engage in a lot of demonstrations.
We'll get back to that as we proceed with coverage of this event. But Commander, you tell us. So now we're about to see the what's the next thing? Telecom, you have all the details about the program, and then we'll proceed from there. We currently find pleasantries being exchanged by some of the high-profile dignitaries who are here. Of course, the president paying some courtesies to Otumfor, the Speaker of Parliament, and the other invited guests who are here. And we have already informed you, seated to the right side of the president, standing there right now, is the guest of honor for the 63rd Independence Day celebration, who is the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, and to his right is his spouse who came along with him. So we're about to see the march past now.
The Ghana Armed Forces and the security services will march off to pave way for the pupils and the students to march, as well as the other groups. And after that, we'll have the gymnastics and other cultural performances. It is after that the military.
So, by the right of quick march.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the contingents from the Ghana Armed Forces and other security services will march off to make way for the march past by the school children, representatives of the Nation Builders Corps, civil society groups, and the Veterans Administration Ghana. I will humbly hand you over to Madame Cassandra Chumampofo, the Ghana Education Service Head of Public Relations, to continue with the march past by the basic and senior high schools.
Thank you very much, Captain Abena Dapua Dapa. if you just joined us, this is the 63rd Independence Anniversary Parade being held under the theme Consolidating Our Gains at the Baba Yara Sports Stadium. Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, the school's contingent from the Ghana Education Service were drawn from the Kumasi metropolis, Oforikum, Kwadaso, and Asokori Mampong Municipal. The schools are made up of 5 senior high schools, 8 basic schools, and 1 vocational special school. The basic schools are St. Luanga, JHS, Weweso MAJHS,
countries
Benyame MAJHS,
other countries.
CI Amadia JHSB, Tapo Pamprono
MAJHSB,
College Basic A, Odumase Extension, and Good Shepherd Junior High School.
So all the pupils and students who will be marching here are pupils and students who have been assembled from various schools in the Kumasi metropolis. And they will be doing the march past. They have been rehearsing on these grounds for at least 5 weeks. And so we wait to see what they have to display to the rest of Ghana. It's the 63rd Independence Day in Ghana, and before we see the students come to march, and of course the GS is playing an active role in this. This is the armed forces,
mass band.
The mass band.
Yes, and it's made up of the Armed Forces Central Band, the Army Band, the Navy Band, the Air Force Band, and the Police Band. So this is the mass band.
Okay, and I just wanted to find out from the traditional ruler's point of view here, how when you first heard that this year the ceremony was being taken to Kumasi, what was the reception like? How did you receive that news?
It was wholehearted. Without asking any question, we had to embrace it with all our hearts because it makes history. The first time in history that something of that nature is to take place in Kumasi and for the whole of the region.
It's interesting that you are a historian, and today you will be part of history. When many years to come, it is said that the first Independence Day parade at the national level, when it was brought to Kumasi, Teacher Kantanka was part of the commentary team for GBC. And so you become a part of history, and others will have to narrate that many years to come after today.
I was holding the flag, and among those who had lined up on the roadside.
Oh.
And it was even difficult to sing the national anthem those days. Those days, in the early 60s, the national anthem was not God Bless Our Homeland Ghana. It was Lift Up the Flag of Ghana.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got to this point, and this is where Commander would have to let us know exactly what is going on. President Akufo-Addo and his guest of honor.
All right, so now we have the mass band in our shots, and the parade commander has called the student contingent to attention, and they have started marching. In all, we have 16 contingents from basic and senior high schools drawn from Kumasi Metropolis and Kwadaso, Oforikrum, and Asokori Mampong municipality. We would also have the Veterans Administration Ghana March Pass. We also have the Nation Builders Corps, or NAPCO. We'll have representatives from all 16 regions. I can tell you for sure that we'll have the Kayayes also on parade today. And so it's going to be a beautiful sight to behold.
The Kayaye, we saw them when they were coming in. I thought it was a beautiful sight. but I had my
instinctively with their headbands.
With their headbands.
So you could tell that these were the KIA coming in. And I'm sure that in our subsequent bulletins we'll bring you some of those shots.
We'll bring those. But I have my personal reservations, which I'll express later on another platform. But all the same, the KIA were here with their headbands also to participate at this event. We'll see them. And one of the questions we have is, or do we intend to take these girls off the streets and give them something more reliable to depend on, and so on? These are questions, of course, that will come up. Everything that happens here is supposed to ignite a conversation that will eventually help in the development of the nation. And so let's talk about all these things. But then we have the students marching right now. For many of these students, as we've been talking about since we began a commentary on this celebration, we have been telling, for many of these students, this will forever be in their memories. Many of them will live to tell generations yet unborn how they were a part of this. Today we've had teacher Kantanka, who had the privilege of waving a flag when Nkrumah visited. Today he's telling that story, still with a lot of excitement and still with some very nostalgic memories and feelings. So many of these, another 50 years to come, 60 years to come, will be recounting the day they were part of this event.
Let me take this opportunity to explain the kind of kente that the president has on his
right. Yes.
That kente tells a lot of history. It is called Ohene Afrosheng. That was made to commemorate the occasion when the king of Ashanti was exiled. British came to this Kumasi and arrested him and took him to the Seychelles Island. And the people who were weaving at that time, the weavers at that time from Bonyure, decided to commemorate the occasion by weaving a type of kente called Ohene Afrosheng. And that is what the president has around his neck.
All right, beautiful. And when the president comes back on our screens, we will certainly let you explain again so that our viewers. And there he is. That's the president taking the salute. And so these are the colors you were explaining to us.
That is, we have a type of design which we call a zigzag, which means that I am general, I'm ubiquitous, I'm hardworking.
Wow. And so last year in Tamale, we were told that even the way you wear a hat with a smock gives a message. It's the same with the kente, the colors you wear and the designs on. And so if I am not aware of the meaning of some design and I wear it to a certain public space and give the wrong message, what can be the repercussions on me?
Well, people there who understand the meaning might approach you and maybe give you a new cloth to wear. If you are wearing a whole piece of cloth, you will be giving another to wear.
All right. We'll come to the traditional bit in a short while. We'll now turn our attention to the students who have been drawn from, this is the T.I. Ahmadiyya Senior High School, my school, and Opokuwari Senior High School. Forgive my bias, I simply cannot. And Flying Officer Anas is very much a part of this as well. I'm also an old student of Amas. This is the Opokuwari Senior High School in their traditional yellow and sea blue colors. It's beautiful, and the lines are meticulously straight. These students have been practicing for a while, I can tell.
And at this point, you can't afford to miss. You would have to fall in line because it is a time where you finally get to showcase all the practice and all the hard work that has gone into this. And as they march, then you'll be giving credit to schools and how they're doing and their performance. as they are coming
The
through.
Sankofa Senior High School there in your shot, and they are in their white and pink.
Baby pink.
That's nice. Oh.
And they are being led by their teachers who have been taking them through the rigorous training, and you can see.
And I'm told that in many schools, to select a teacher who will lead these students in this kind of ceremony, sometimes the competition is tough. It can be very keen just to decide which of the teachers, because even for teachers, this is not a small matter, as we say in Ghana.
And the President, His Excellency, will be standing through as he receives all these students marching past. T.I. Ahmadiyya Senior High School, again, one senior short. And their lines are straight.
Our lines
JHS is also marching through.
Their lines have always
that
been
is the
straight.
St. Luanga JHS being led by a female teacher. It's important to emphasize in these times of talking about gender equality, when we see women playing their role.
And do you see the feet of the students? It's in unison. None of them missing their steps. And these are basic schools. A while ago we saw the basic schools. We were so
senior high school.
What's instructive is that all the schools that are marching here were assembled from the Kumasi metropolis and surrounding areas, and it's homegrown. Kumasi beyond age, so to speak. This is beautiful. And so on occasions such as this, it's the mass band that is providing the background music to which the march past is taking place. Commander, you may want to tell us what goes into selecting the songs. I realize many of the songs, how do you select them?
Well, the session is done and his personnel, but basically we normally play martial music or patriotic songs. You know, on this day we need to whip up that spirit of nationalism, and so it's basically patriotic songs and martial music that is played, and that is normally the responsibility of the band officer, so he does that in conjunction with his lieutenants.
All right.
The Danyame basic school.
Yes,
just
a while ago, yes.
Okay, so this is not my fault, but again, my school.
But this time they are paying compliments, so you can see
this is
to the right.
This is a junior high school,
okay.
And they have turned to the right.
Yes, to pay compliments.
So, and at some point, the leader shouts, "Eyes right," and you can't miss it. You can't get it wrong when they say "eyes right." The eyes must turn to the right at the same time.
Yes.
Interesting. And so, who does the training of these children and the students?
Prepare a college, primary school, just marching past there. So much effort put into the preparation of this one event, historic event, a big day for people in Kumasi, a very big day for people in the Ashanti region, and a historic one, of course, because it's now 16 regions. If it's going to go around, you don't know when it will come back to your turn again. So yes, the preparations that were put into this were really done meticulously.
And so the pupils and the students, when they march off, they would go and take their seats. You know, over the years, when we keep them there for too long, a lot of them fall off. Some of them are so anxious. I believe they don't even eat at home. And so for this year, we're allowing them, once they march off, you go and take their seats. And that is when the Ghana Armed Forces and the other security services will march on to continue with the rest of the parade. That's Good Shepherd RC Junior High School. And I cannot stress enough that as we put in so much effort for today, we should always remember that in everything we do, Ghana must come first. That is Odumase Experimental Junior High. These are physically challenged persons, students who were not left out of the fun.
Is the fact that disability is not inability, because they were also able to stay in the sun and they came early, they've done their rehearsals and they are showing off what they are able to do.
That is NAPCO. Yes, Nation Builders Corps. And right behind NAPCO, we have Ahafo region.
That's a beautiful shot, best eye view of the entire event. 63rd Ahafo region is here to celebrate the 63rd Independence Day as well. And again, we have a list of those who will be marching past before the security agencies take their turn. These are traditional organizations also. This is the Ahafo region. Ahafo region was created a little over a year ago, about 1.5 years ago, I believe, when in December 2018, Ghanaians went to the polls to decide through a referendum for the creation of more regions. The Bono region, the Ahafo region, the Bono region ably represented here as well. So we had the Bono region being created, then the Bono East, of course, Ashanti region has always existed since independence.
And the capital of the Ahafo region is Goso, as well as the
Bono East region is Techiman. So we see the beauty of the Ghanaian kente, of course, once again in display. These are the masqueraders.
Central regional masqueraders, Central region masqueraders. Obviously, you can tell from the activity.
And it's amazing how unique things can be attributed to groups in Ghana. As soon as I saw the masqueraders, even without having to read the banner, that's 80%. And this because they have a special festival, especially in Winnipeg, where you have these things happening.
You have the Manya Krobo cultural also coming in, and of course, typically represented of them in their beats. And headgear, the beads, and the way the cloth is worn. That is the Manya Krobo cultural troupe. Masqueraders once again inside. Normally you see them pop up during the holiday season. Oh, and we have the Greater Accra region.
Okay, so it means that all the regions across the country are here to showcase what they have in terms of culture and in terms of their unique identities. We are being told currently the 40,000 capacity Baba Yara Stadium is filled up. There is no longer space to accommodate anybody. Can you believe that more than 40,000 people have already arrived at the stadium? Every seat at the Baba Yara Sports Stadium is occupied as we speak, and around on the peripheries of the stadium, a lot of people have come together here. The police are pleading with people in the Ashanti region, those who are not here, to stay home and enjoy the scenes from the comfort of their homes, to enjoy the comfort of their...
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity. I would like to plead with our people in Kumasi that whoever want to come to the stadium right away would plead with the person to stay at home and watch it on TV. It's streaming live on GTV. The stadium is full to capacity. We're pleading with the general public. The peripheries, as the commentator said, is also full. We don't want to record any stampede. Therefore, whoever is yet to come to the stadium should please stay at home and watch it on television. Thank you very much. I am ASP Godwin Ahianyo, the PR of the Ghana Police Service.
That's the Manya Krobo cultural troupe. There once again, overhead shots. And typically in their waist, high waist cloth headgear. This should be coming from northern Ghana, the northern region, of course, one of the regions represented. That is the northern region represented in the smoke. So every region here is regions being showcased to the world. The President, His Excellency Nana Danko Akufo-Addo, is in the company of his wife, the First Lady Rebecca Akufo-Addo. Seat to his left and to his right are special guest of honor for the 63rd Independence Day celebrations. His Excellency Honorable Dr. Christopher Rowley and his wife who are here. And up next, we are seeing the OT region being showcased. The capital of the OT region is Dambai, and that is the OT region. The OT region was carved out of the Volta region, and that is the interesting one. I see that their eyes are covered. I hope, but this is well rehearsed, so they know exactly what they're doing. And the upper west region in their smokes there. Oh yes, and typical fire display.
Yes, this display of if you like spiritual prowess and culture as well, all combined in one. It's about time we began also to look at, as we talk about heritage, especially within the month of March, the month of independence, that we begin to look at the beautiful aspects of our traditional beliefs as well, so that our love for Christianity and for Islam does not make us do away with many of our traditions.
Especially the preservation of our culture in the face of taking on other Western culture and abandoning what is truly ours.
Okay.
That's the Savannah region. In your show, the capital of Savannah region is Damongo.
Savannah region, of course, one of the regions that was recently carved out of the northern region. The Savannah region as well as the northeast region were carved out of the then northern region to make way for easy administration of that region, because it was extremely huge, and past regional ministers had a difficulty administrating a large region such as that, and they are here, Savannah region. Butchers and Livestock Farmers Association, these are a group of people who have contributed to the nutrition needs of Ghanaians, and indeed under the watch of President Akufo-Addo, they have a policy, the raring for food and jobs, and these groups of people, and the railway line are here as well, and recently we've seen the construction of a railway line ongoing from our Mpakadam through to Tema and other areas in the country, and it's exciting to know that that is being revived as well. The masqueraders, of course, always on parade. The Volta region, the region that recently gave birth to the Uti region, it's here also displaying their unique identity, their culture, and some bobo dance as well. You cannot miss Volta. No, there's no way. Sally, I'm sure you identify with it.
I do identify with it. The Volta region, the bobo dance, and it's done in a special fashion, because it might look very easy, but if you don't take care, you can't twist the handkerchiefs around and get it moving throughout the dance. Interesting to see our rich culture in diversity being displayed.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the Keita port. Saw that a while ago. 63 years of independence, 63 years of the name Ghana. But people have said that after 63 years, what gains have we made as a people? All too often, we have tended to look at the negative stories and failed all too often to see the positives that Ghana has made, the positive marks and gains that Ghana has made in the last 63 years. Internationally, Ghana is acclaimed as an icon of peace and a beacon of democracy. And so there are times that I believe, Teacher Kantanka, that we must pause to reflect not just on the negatives, but also on the many, many positive things that have happened to Ghana in the last 63 years.
Yes, that we are united cannot be left out. It is only unfortunate that occasionally lack of knowledge makes some politicians make statements which divide us. But this is enough to tell us that what is important is to make sure that all that we do is towards unity.
Yes,
Asante has always been at the center of culture, not because they are the only people with culture. All have their culture, and today we have seen culture displayed from all regions. The culture here is strong and maintained because they were the last to be colonized. Those at the coast had theirs a bit adulterated just because they had opportunity, if you like, to associate themselves with a European group. Type of culture in them. We are told that the people here did not want independence. This we must learn that is not true, because Ashanti had to give up its own independence to join the coastal people, that is the Gold Coast, to attain independence. Before Ghana's independence, Ashanti was an independent nation. It was rather the Gold Coast that was under the British control. And when the time came for the Gold Coast to demand their independence, Ashanti met and decided that no, we cannot have our independence when our brothers don't have theirs. So let's drop our independence, join them as a one nation, call ourselves also Gold Coast. So Ashanti became part of the Gold Coast, and they fought for their independence. So that is a big sacrifice.
The 63rd Independence Day parade here at the Baba Yara Sports Stadium. Just heard Teacher Kantanka, who is a historian at the Minsha Palace, tell us that contrary to some historical narratives that the Ashanti Kingdom at the time did not want Ghana to be independent, that indeed they joined the rest of the people of the then Gold Coast to strive and to fight for the attainment of independence. And so whoever has that narrative, you must begin to revise your notes at this point in time. We are still seeing various groups. These are nurses groups showing what stuff they are also made of, participating actively here at this independence. These are fruit sellers and producers. Everyone, all people from all walks of life are here, and they are fully participating in this event. And what excites me about this is, Selikem, the patriotism. Nobody is being paid for taking part in this parade. Everyone here is doing that on the basis of volunteerism. And so it means that the Ghanaian can volunteer. The Ghanaian can offer service for free. The Ghanaian is patriotic. The Ghanaian, or 2432 right there, sitting in state together with his wife and other dignitaries from the Ashanti Kingdom. And so I was talking about the spirit of the Ghanaian when the right atmosphere is created for him. You don't agree with me?
Exactly. It's important for us to acknowledge that we have an identity. That identity is something that cannot be taken away from us. No matter how globalized we are, being the Ghanaian you are, with the language you speak and where you come from makes you you. And it is protecting our land, our natural resources, our assets, and defending what we have. And there you have in your shot the Kayaye who have just come in.
We were telling you earlier about the Kayaye.
Just before them, bush meat sellers just gone by, but you see the Kayaye.
And for those who may not be familiar,
they do not need a banner. Yeah. They by their headpans you can tell what they are and who they are and what they trade in.
Yes, these are, and Bushmeat Sellers Association. These are not just ordinary meat sellers, but they are the bushmeat. That's the first time I'm having to know that there's an association of bushmeat sellers, and it's exciting to see this association. Then it means that the bushmeat industry can be regularized and regulated. I beg your pardon. That's because anybody kills anything and calls it bushmeat, but once they have an association, I'm sure that they will ensure that we have wholesome meat coming from Ghanaian bushes.
And it also raises the point of having minority groups involved in whatever you're doing, and no matter how little the group is, or no matter how small the business community is, it is represented here.
Let's now look at the kayaye, and for those who are not familiar with the word kayaye or kayayo, simply refers to a girl who carries items on the head. It's headquarters around markets in Ghana, and there is a strong advocacy to help these girls and take them off the streets, give them something more dignifying to do than carry items on their heads like that. I'm sure they are here to make a statement, and these are young pupils from different schools here displaying what they hope to become in future. In Ghana, most children want to either become doctors or lawyers or nurses, and we are seeing that these are our future leaders, exactly. And the president. This is another. Okay, so you found us laughing there. It's a relief. It's a comic relief. So, Commander, we have the Veterans Administration Ghana.
Yes.
The Veterans Administration Ghana. At this point, I'll go back to Teacher Kantanka to take some comments from Teacher Kantanka. Teacher Kantanka, you were telling us about the veterans, the war that was fought, the Second World War. What actually led to that war, and why did people from the then Gold Coast participate at that war?
The Second World War, which started in 1939 and ended in 1945, was sparked by Germany. I think at a point in time, Germany wanted to control the world, and they started taking control over the neighboring states around Europe. So the world was alarmed, and the whole world decided to stop Germany from that act. And Ghana was part of Britain. That is, Britain was our colonial master, so wherever they went, we had to go with them. So people were recruited from here to fight at different fronts to liberate us from the German control. That is where we had these veterans coming from. After the war, the pensioned soldiers organized themselves into an association called Veterans Association. It is this same veteran who marched to the castle to demand some rights from the colonial master, where three of them were shot, and that sparked the independence struggle.
And the three were Sergeant Ajete, Corporal Atipo, and Private Odati Lamte. The president conferring with his guest of honor, the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. Seated to the left of the president, of course, is his wife, the First Lady, Mrs. Rebecca Ekufu-Addo. And so presently we are seeing the military setup.
Yes, those are the physical training instructors who are setting the stage for their physical training display. But before then, let me just add something little to what Teacher Kantaka said. The veterans, those who fought in the Second World War, most of them are very weak or have passed on. And so those on parade were persons who have participated in most of our peacekeeping missions. So most of the veterans could not march today because of their age.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, so again, a snapshot of the beautiful scenes of Ghanaians. President J.A. Kufuor, he made it here as well. President J.A. Kufuor was president of the Republic of Ghana from 2001 until he handed over in 2009 to the late Professor J.E.A. Mills, who had won the elections in the year 2008, and the General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, John Boydu, a while ago, conferring with some security personnel.
And of course, the theme for this year's Independence Day celebration is consolidating our gains as a people. We are looking back on how far we have come. The fact that we've been able to maintain the peace and unity in diversity, regardless of the fact that Ghana speaks 76 different languages, has 76 different languages, we still have that unity in diversity, and unity in diversity in terms of culture, in terms of other things, as well as our way of doing things. And this year we are focusing on consolidating our gains. What are our gains as a people, and how are we bringing this to bear together as a people? How are we putting our wheels to the shoulder to make our nation great and strong and maintain the peace?
In many events organized by the military, and I've seen military officers display and show what stuff they are made of. I've seen displays and events organized by cultural groups, and how beautifully they can display the culture of Ghana and the diversity of Ghana, but never have I seen such a mix of all activities, whether cultural, religious, and military, and school children come together to provide such a beautiful scene. This is the Baba Yara Sports Stadium, and we have already told you, we heard from the police PRO of the Ashanti region himself a while ago. The stadium is already filled to capacity. They are unable to accept any new entrants, and he has urged all those who are not yet here to remain at home and watch the proceedings on TV, because there's no longer space to accommodate anybody at the stadium here, and that tells you the extent to which the people are excited about the relocation of this year. But this is beautiful display of some Ghanaian dancers.
From the northern belt of our country is the Bamaya dance, which is performed solely by men. This dance was first performed in the early 19th century to mark an end to a protracted drought that hit most parts of the Dogon state in the northern region. Like Tora and Takai, Bamaya has several segments with its own name. And perform in unity. Center for National Culture in Kumasi. The trainers are Berima Esumedu Sechi, the Regional Director for the Center for National Culture, Mustafa Isa, Head of Performing Arts Department of the Center, Kofi Obing Onyina, the Sectional Head, and Julius Yao Kwansa, the Acting Dance Instructor and Choreographer.
And that was a performance from
Next,
the
we shall have
Center
military
for
physical
National
training
Culture.
display.
And the military will now show us their physical training display. So again, what's the significance of such a display on an occasion such as this? But again, anytime we have these scenes, I cannot resist the temptation just to express my own excitement and admiration for the beauty. You can see the diversity. Even though you find a lot more people in Kente, and this is where we have the military people coming in.
Exactly. Physical fitness is #1 requirement of every military person. And so for those who will be interested in joining the military in future, if you are not fit, please, you are out of the question. And these are physical training instructors. And so they will have to be extra fit, more than the average military person. There are some displays that you would see here and you think it's very easy. If you want to try it, you end up breaking your limbs or your neck. And so I would advise children in their homes that never to try it. So it's just to show to the whole world the fitness level of the Ghana Armed Forces. And also to let you know that some tasks may not be that simple, but with constant training, you can easily overcome them.
Particularly in Tamale, we saw, and that picture went viral after the 6th of March 2019, when we saw that military person jump through a ring of fire without scratching himself. That picture went viral after the 6th of March on that day.
Then I think you should stand by for more of such pictures.
Okay, so these are the physical trainers.
Yes, so that is their leader. He just come to ask permission for them to commence. And so that is the prone lying and thigh support. So those on the chairs have thigh support and those in front have prone lying. And then
wow.
We have shoot through and split to sit. That was there a while ago. And that was the backward roll and forward roll out of chair act. So that is backward roll forward out of the chair, and then forehead spring and backward roll to sit. It looks very simple, but it's not that simple.
Can imagine the hours of rehearsal that had to go into doing this, because as an individual you may be able to do it alone, but to do it together with others and in unison would demand a lot of practice and rehearsal. I just saw what happened there. Yes. And it's almost like marching while still engaging in some form of exercise.
Yes.
And they are doing it to precision and timing.
Yes, back band lift and handspring in pairs. That's what we are watching now. Bend back lifts and handspring in pairs.
So these are the personnel,
the physical training instructors
who train
the military personnel.
The military personnel.
Yes, and they are military personnel themselves.
Commander, did you go through this?
Oh yes, every military personnel goes through.
You did this?
I may not know. I didn't necessarily do it because I am not a PTI. So the PT course is also a core.
And the crowd went ecstatic over this one.
Because it's pretty.
Yes,
very nice.
It was very nice. But if there was a mistake there, you can imagine the kind of pain it would have caused the receiver of that mistake.
Exactly.
And so, and this is where the warning comes in. Do not try this at home. You need to be an expert to be able to try some of these stunts that the military personnel here are displaying. The president obviously
the president's excited
with what he's seen. He's the commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. If this is what it takes to join the military, no wonder I'm a journalist. I could never have joined the military.
Oh, you can with determination. I believe everything in life is about determination. And most of us go without having any idea, but with determination, one can sail through. But it's difficult, I must admit. So that's one phase of the display. And now we are having the individual displays. So that's a freestyle display by the physical instructors. And the aim is to test their ability and agility.
And the response from the crowd is... So at this level, you as a physical trainer on this stage, you come and do whatever you feel like doing?
But they've rehearsed, so you know which one you are doing and which the other person is doing. So that we can have a variety of them.
Wow. Do not try this at home. You will feel dizzy. I'm already feeling dizzy on his behalf. I feel dizzy on his behalf, really. That was amazing. That was amazing. Again, shots from the Baba Yara Sports Stadium in Kumasi, filled to capacity stadium. Ghanaians are enthusiastic about Ghana. The people of Kumasi are enthusiastic about Ghana, and they're excited that this honor has been done them. The national parade has been brought to their doorsteps, and currently the physical trainers of the Ghana Armed Forces on display, showing us what stuff they are made of. And if you have ideas of joining the military, perhaps these are some exercises you may be psyching yourself up for.
Exactly. You may have to take part in some of these, especially if you're a physical training instructor. If you join the physical training instructors, then you would have to necessarily take part. The next is horse work. And I'll leave the description to you.
Horse work.
Horse work.
Okay, so when you said horse work, I was looking out for where the horses were. But I'm not seeing horses. I'm seeing men jump over
what looks like a horse.
What looks like a horse. Yes. And so this is what to ensure that if you meet any obstacle, you will be able to scale over.
Cross it easily. Yeah. So that is face vault on and off. Then we have the through vault and astride vault.
Right. That was beautiful. Yes, it's all part of it. Of course, Asantino 82, Otumfo 82, the second, also admiring the scenes here. He must be a very proud king at the moment. He's here admiring and observing events as they unfold. The scenes here are so beautiful. The cameras will not be able to bring every thing to you in your homes, but we'll try to give you as much as we can.